Warning. This video contains super awesome content not suitable for people who don't enjoy super awesomeness. Viewer discretion advised.
Welcome to Viewer's Choice. Your selection is about to begin. But first, take a look at what else you can see this week.
Hey, dudes, inviting you to travel through time. First stop, a long layover at the video store.
Bogus.
Wait, you've got Viewer's Choice.
Excellent.
Hello, you rotten little bloodsuckers.
America's most popular now. Get extra value. $12.50 cash back.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What? Say what again?
Let's get out of here! Like now!
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
This is my ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. This is the core. Where we broadcast our pirate signal back into the Matrix.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your hosts, Anesto Morado, the double-headed coin, and your co-host, Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt. Together, we are the Pyramid Podcast.
Have a nice day.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
From the front lines of the information war,
It's Anesto and Pablo Morado. Hello. How's everything?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. How are you?
This is the type of music that I freak out my my passengers with. I actually listen to that shit.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff, especially when you're working out. You want to feel like you're going through Rome as a Spartan or something.
Yeah, you're fighting Achilles.
Right.
No, I be listening to that stuff, and my passengers be like,
to think, that was what was available back in the times. That was the only thing you could hear, really, and live. You had to hear it live.
absolutely. There's a group I listen to. It's called Two Steps from Hell.
Interesting.
And what they are is they're an orchestra, 16-piece orchestra group that they all they do is trailers for all the movies. All they do is trailers.
I see.
But it's some wicked shit.
So, how was your week?
My week was a little interesting. We had a snowstorm.
That's right. We had a snowstorm last night.
Yeah, last night. So I couldn't work last night. And then I'm just recovering from whatever the hell is germinating in my chest.
And so since the last cast, you were coughing and wheezing, and now now you passed it on to me. Now I'm coughing and wheezing a little bit, but you know, it's the nature of the winter. Sometimes, you know, bacteria and colds. But you know what I've been doing for that? I've been going to the sauna, and I gotta take you to the sauna.
Yeah, you know, I gotta stop dicking around and just join.
I mean, no, you don't even have to join. I mean, with my membership, you can come in free.
Yeah, we're gonna have to set a day. Maybe Monday, since Monday you get out of work. We'll go to the sauna for a couple hours.
Before we come and
leave this studio ready.
Right. Now, one of the things for those that you are listening, so one of the things that's been going on is that we've been kind of figuring out how to do a radio show, like a radio broadcast setup. And you know, it's not as easy as it looks. I mean, especially as you're doing, like, you know, monitoring the stories and doing all that. It's just me and Anesto here. You know, there's not a big crew behind this, and this is why we ask for all those that listen to participate to the cast, because it also helps us a little bit too to get the stories out there. But one of the
bad Daniel is not in Western Massachusetts.
Yeah,
we could have had him set up.
Yeah, Chan the Black MacGyver.
Well, that's another one. I wasn't thinking of Chan.
Oh,
I was thinking of D'Angelo.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he does as a trade.
Yeah, that's his living right there.
No, if we could get Chang out here, this will be a monster podcast. Yo, Chang, move to Western, dude.
So a lot of things have been going on over the week. One of the things that I want to mention was we witnessed what we thought was Artemis. And now I'm kind of convinced, because you were saying that what we were witnessing was Mars, right?
Yeah, because we had what is called an occultation of Mars.
What's an occultation?
Now, you're going to have to Google this, because maybe
okay,
screwing this up, but it's actual an eclipse when Mars goes behind the moon.
So it says here, on Wednesday, December 7th, sky watchers around the world were treated to a celestial show as the full moon eclipsed Mars in the night sky. The rare event, known as a lunar occultation,
there you go. God damn it, I got it.
Refers to one celestial body, in this case Mars, appearing to disappear or hide behind another. In this case, the moon. So that's where I'm kind of confused.
Now, before you, so I can end your confusion. The reason you were confused is because Mars was appearing like right at the very edge of the moon, which kind of simulated the Orion capsule, the Artemis. But while we were looking at what we thought was Orion,
Artemis.
No, it's called the Orion. It's called Artemis. Is what?
Oh, it's the rocket. Is the rocket?
Right.
Oh, the thing is Orion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the reason I know it wasn't Orion, because at the time we were looking at it, Orion was already going on its trajectory back to Earth.
Oh.
At that time, it was already boosting down.
So maybe that's what we were watching.
No, we were watching Mars. Unfortunately,
no, I don't know, because
as much as I wanted it to be the Orion, I researched the hell out of it.
The reason I question it is
our boots on the ground. The Warlock, he texted me. He's like, we were looking at Mars.
Yeah, because he was down in Florida, and and he was seeing it too. So we were all like from over here in the East Coast to down south. We were all looking at it and trying to make sense out of what it is that we were looking at. And we had binoculars and high power binoculars, and I'm looking at it, and I stared at it as much as I could. I even tried. We were trying to get even the moon out of our periphery so we can just focus in on the object. And by doing that, I was noticing it was like it looked very mechanical, and then I was noticing like something red. And then it was funny that we were.
It could be a coincidence
because we were saying that we were looking at it and we thought that we saw thrusters or boosters or whatever.
Now, since it was already on this trajectory back to Earth, maybe what we were seeing
was like a casing or something.
Was maybe the aftermath of the Orion as it boosted down. So we would maybe see, I don't know, space is a vacuum.
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
Whatever it was it Mars or was it Orion? Most likely it was Mars. It was just an amazing thing to see.
It was amazing. Yeah. So if you guys missed out, it was spectacular because it was right there by the moon. And you were like, what is that?
Yeah,
That's
it was like a little dot right next to the moon. It was bright. And then as I researched further, the effect that we were seeing that Mars was like moving, like if it was a satellite, that's a visual
like an optical illusion.
Yeah, like an optical illusion as Mars. Because what we caught is we had caught already Mars going across the moon. So if this was Mars, right? We were watching Mars be right about here where this finger is. It was like right there.
And he's showing for those that are listening, he's showing on the left side of his finger.
Yeah, I want to give you a little example of how we were looking at it. Bear with me.
Now, as you're doing that,
okay, so here we go.
Okay.
This is the moon, right?
Uh-huh.
And what we were seeing is like this little dot, like right there.
Right. So he has a nickel, and he's showing that there was a small dot to like the left hand, your left hand side of the nickel.
Right. But what we failed to notice is before we got outside, Mars was here. It did like something like this.
So it went from, so what he's showing for those of you who are just listening, he has a nickel here and he's showing with a nail, he's showing, or a screw, he's showing like a little diagram. And what he's saying is that it went from like the top right hand corner to the bottom left hand corner
way
diagonally
behind the moon. And then when we were seeing it was right here. And then when we looked at it about 2 hours later,
it was starting to drift.
Yeah, Mars was already down like about here.
But we were noticing that it was moving. We were like, what is going on here? So I don't know. I'm sort of convinced that it was not Mars. But then again, I'm not. We didn't have a high-powered telescope, so I can't say definitively what it was. But to me, looking at it,
we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Yeah,
that we don't have one.
Well,
us being stargazer nuts.
Yeah, of course.
That's gonna be well, you know what?
Well, actually,
that pow pow is not for me, by the way. That pow pow should be for our audience. Christmas is around the corner. What a gift to the Pyramid Podcast.
Oh man, if we could get that, I mean,
a nice fucking telescope.
Something that we can hook up our phones to, so that way we can take video for the cast.
Can you imagine us transmit excuse me. Us transmitting our podcast while having a live feed to the moon.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'll be cool.
But so another thing that I wanted to mention is that we're gonna need another.
Pues ya da pau pau.
Now this one is on the fault of us. I was listening thoroughly to our last cast, number 26, which I
Pues ya da pau
definitely needed that.
Okay.
Because I messed up, the show title. I mean, not the show title, the show episode number. But listening, because one of the things I do religiously is after we record a cast, I listen to it from beginning to end.
Okay.
Because my goal here is to really provide value for our listeners. And, in order for me to determine and to glean where that value might be, I have to listen to it. And I'm an avid podcast listener. And one of the things I do is I believe it or not, it's weird to say, but I like listening to our own cast. I put it on while I'm at work. From when I start my shift to lunch, our cast takes us from the beginning of my shift all the way to lunch. And by the time it's done, I feel great. I listen to the whole cast. I get to analyze a little bit what we said so we can follow up on stories and cliffhangers that we left.
Mm-hmm.
We like to leave a little bit of something for the audience to be wanting. But, it doesn't help that if we don't come back to it and give them the goods, So I listened to the cast. And last cast, one of the things the reason I gave us the bow bow is because we had the Warlock on. We got him on the cast, and you wanted to ask him a question. We never got around to the question that you wanted to ask him.
Okay, so refresh my memory, because I believe we asked him what was the question.
No, so to be honest, you had a question in mind. You didn't tell me exactly.
What was the topic that we were discussing when we were?
Geez,
because I believe I asked him that.
Well, no, because I listened to it thoroughly, and what happened was you called him because, or you texted him, and then he called you, because you wanted to ask him something, because he had a separate discussion, and you were discussing something that was relevant to the cast, and you wanted him to rehash what he was talking about. But the audience never got to hear what that was about. And
I believe I had asked him the question. Now, do you remember what topics we were discussing at the time?
We were breaking down the Michael Rupert, peak oil and all that
peak
stuff.
Oil, what to do. Oh yeah, well, my question was to him that I had asked him. We were discussing the fourth industrial revolution.
And you okay, yeah. So that's what we were
right.
That was
what I
topic.
wanted to ask him was that, and I believe I did ask him that.
I listened to the cast, and
I didn't ask him about what are we gonna do if oil runs out.
So you know what you had asked him you were called him because you wanted him to rehash what he had said to you on a separate conversation, and you wanted him to, reiterate that for the audience. But we just kind of
maybe it was lost in translation.
Yeah. Well, what happened was from listening to it, because I listened to the cast a couple times, and what happened was we were so overly excited about the information that we just received from Michael Rupert that we wanted to get it out so bad, all the juicy things, but in our excitement, it kind of like the people, the audience were kind of like trying to still pull out what the excitement, outside of the peak oil, which we did get to, but there was a lot of things which by the end of the cast, we wound up saying, we're going to need to revisit this a couple times, because there was so much in that hour and 20.
That particular documentary that we saw was called Collapse, right?
Collapse, yeah.
That particular documentary is so packed with relevant information that, I mean, the program is only what, about an hour and 40 minutes?
It's an hour and 20. Yeah.
But discussing it could take you days.
Well, that's the thing. So like, that was the thing. Like there was a lot of stuff that was in there that we wanted to like get to the, like, because if you watch the documentary, you hear the points, boom, 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 right? Point this, point A, point B, and we were trying to break apart, but because we watched the whole thing, we were like at point Z, and then we went back to point D, and we were like,
right, there's so much information in that documentary. Now, relevant to what on Michael Rupert, and this I'm going to ask to our podcasters out there that are seeing this program or who sees the program, later on this week. I have, excuse me. I have a question. How many of you people out there own an electric vehicle? Because we don't have one. And the only person that we know that owns one is our boy Frankie in Orlando. Now, the fascinating thing about an electric vehicle, now there's a term that the Warlock and I we coined, which is romantic but not practical.
Okay.
Now, owning an electric vehicle
is romantic.
It's romantic. Wow, we're doing something for Gaia. We are protecting Mother Earth by using electric vehicles. Now we're not dispersing bad chemicals by way of combustion into the atmosphere, right? But what I am gathering, because believe it or not, I pick up a lot. Now, for those who don't know, I'm an Uber driver, full-time Uber driver, and I meet a lot of people from all walks of earth, or walks of life, actually. And what I'm getting from electric car owners is the headache that electric vehicles are.
Oh, so what is the headache?
Okay, so
well, I could imagine not ever owning an electric vehicle, but kind of understanding how Silicon Valley works, right? I imagine that you buy the car, and after several years of owning it, the battery doesn't charge as good. And all of a sudden, you're like, well, how the hell?
Okay, so put that, pin that, right? Pin that what he just said. Now, to replace those batteries, it's a $20,000 investment.
Oh, my God.
Minimum. Now, I have heard, people on the side, like, these rogue shops have told me, oh, I can get that done for like $6,000 or for like $7,000.
But that's now you avoiding your warranty with Tesla.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one. Pin that. The batteries go. Right. Number two, I was doing the math. Right. So it cost you $18 per hour to charge your vehicle, right?
$18 per hour.
Per hour. Now, check this out.
How many hours do you?
The normal full charge of a vehicle, it's about 2.5 hours. Some of them take about 3 hours.
Okay.
So 18 plus 18 is about 36, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Right? You get about 230 miles for the charge.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is where I was doing the math. Since I'm an Uber driver, I'm very adept on this. $40, right? Gets me about 240 miles of road time, right? And that cost me about $40, right? This person spends 36 and gets the same amount of road time as I do with the 40. Now, let me make this clear.
It's $4 cheaper for electric.
It depends on the price of gas. Like right now,
yeah.
Right now I've been pumping at 326.
Okay.
So at 326, I get half a tank
for $40
for 35 to 40.
Okay.
Depending on the price.
And half a tank gets
half a tank.
How many miles?
230.
Okay.
230 to 240 miles.
Okay.
Okay. So I do this every day. Half a tank, 35 to 40 miles to $40. Now, this lady tells me that she puts in 2.5 hours worth of electricity into her batteries, costs her about $36, right? That's a full charge. But I'm getting half a tank at $40, right? So I'm not getting stranded because I still got half a tank after that $40.
Right.
She's stranded. So I told her that you're not saving anything.
Right. You end up having to spend more and
she's
waste
an Uber
time.
driver because I was getting some new tires for my vehicle, and I took an Uber home while I left the vehicle at the shop.
Okay. She was driving an electric vehicle.
And she was like, what a mistake I've done. I can't believe I got an electric vehicle. You know, all I get is about 235 miles for the full charge. And then I got to go down. So if I want to work for 8 hours, it usually doesn't happen. Now, we got one, when the batteries go, you're screwed. 2,
the charge isn't
sufficient enough. I mean, if you have it to do
comparable for a gas vehicle,
right? Now, if you're using that car to run errands, little short trips, then I guess it works out.
But for Uber, it's not practical.
Yeah, no wonder Uber is giving you $1,000 bonus if you get an electric vehicle. But check this out. So you have the batteries. If they go, you're gonna have to take out a loan, unless you're Daddy Warbucks and you'll be like, "Oh, my batteries are gone.
Right,
here's 20 grand." That's not gonna happen.
Right.
2, the amount of miles you get per charge. Right. 3, which I wasn't aware of. We live up north. She goes to me, you know what I have to do, so I can stretch out my time as an Uber driver with an electric vehicle? I got to bundle up. And she was bundled up to the T. Like 3 jackets and mittens.
To not use the heater.
Because if she uses the heater, automatically, that's almost like it goes down like by she gave me a number like by like it takes like 50 like
miles or something like that.
Yeah, like 50 miles off.
Wow.
Off her mileage because she wants to be warm.
Right. Damn.
So if that's happening with a heater, if you're down south, it's gonna happen with the AC.
And that's not an option. You can't just
roast.
Oh my God.
So now she's bundled up.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I guess you can use any of the
bundled up, right? And then she contemplates, like, I have I have 2 tablets in my ride.
So it was freezing in the car?
I'm a polar bear. I got the natural blubber.
We need a pad here. Continue on your thought. I
got natural blubber, so I be walking. You see me in the dead of winter. I'm parking my car in my shorts, and the cold don't affect me.
Okay.
Now the only thing that I've noticed as I get older, my hands get colder than anywhere else because of course your hands doesn't have much fat.
Right.
But with a pair of gloves, I'll be shoveling snow in a short sleeve shirt. But she was bundled, right? That's already 3. Now, here's the other caveat with an electric vehicle. You have Kia, Ford, Tesla, of course, and all the other makes and brands. Unbeknownst to the buyer of these vehicles, it's not like you go. I'm going to give you an example. Imagine if you had to pump gas and the hole where you put the nozzle, everybody has a different hole.
Oh my God.
So you need like a particular nozzle for your making car.
Oh my God.
So now you got to travel like, oh man, does this have a Toyota nozzle so I could pump gas?
What? So there's not an adapter you can carry or something?
From what she tells me, you cannot charge your electric Kia on a Tesla charger.
Oh my God.
And she's like, fuck, everywhere
So it's not universal.
No. She's like, everywhere I go, I see Tesla chargers everywhere, but I can't use it. So now you're fishing like, does this have my charger? Does that have my charger?
Why couldn't it be like a 3-prong?
Well, that's what she uses.
Right?
Like
a little, like it comes with a little outlet and you just plug it in.
I asked her, like, how do you charge your car at home? She tells me it's like an air conditioner plug. It's a 3-prong.
Okay.
So I was like, it's not 220. She didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I mean, like the one you use for the stove. She's like, for the stove. I mean, like the big 220. She's like, no, it's just a regular 3-prong.
Okay.
Right? So evidently.
So it is possible to do it. So
then
why make it ridiculous at the stations?
Well, that's the thing.
Why not have it like an outlet at the station?
If you have if you have a Ford, a Kia, a Toyota, they have, I believe, she had a Kia, she had a 3-prong. I've picked up people who've had a Ford EV, and they also have a 3-prong.
Okay.
But Elon Musk has a monopoly on this shit, and everywhere you go, there are Tesla chargers. But there are not many of regular chargers.
Regular places you'll just plug your
3-prong.
Wow.
So I
mean, how hard could that be? You just put a freaking outlet.
So yeah, so now I'm thinking, shit, she should be walking around with like an extension cord.
Right.
And you find a fucking light pole, you bust a little panel out.
Oh my God, that's gonna be what people are gonna do in the future.
Yeah, you bust a little panel out with this like a plug thing in there, and you plug yourself into the light pole.
Are you gonna have criminals busting into homes, stealing your
or like having
plugging their car?
Like for example, in my driveway, I have a plug.
Oh my God.
So you're gonna have, what the hell is this extension cord doing here? And down the block, there's a guy secretly charging off my thing.
Oh my God.
So now we have the cost of batteries, the miles that you get per charge, finding a charger, because you know how many people I pick up? I pick up one time I picked up these people at the casino.
Mm.
and they tell me, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" And I'm driving, and all of a sudden I go inside a park, fucking abandoned park, and I'm like, "Am I going into the right place?" They're like, "Oh yeah, in there's a charger for my EV." So what people are doing, people who are on treks, you know, in Western Massachusetts, either you're going to Maine or Vermont, wherever you're going, Boston.
Right. They charge their car.
Their cars go, no more charge. Now they're scrambling. Where am I going to get a charger?
Oh my God.
And they found this charger in the middle of nowhere. They parked their car there. Bless you.
Thank you.
They parked their car there. Now they have to take an Uber, even if they're not hungry. Either go to have a snack for 2 hours and
do something for 2 hours.
Do something. Either go to the mall.
Oh my God.
And maybe you're lucky enough to have
that's the other issue is now that instead of, you know, how long does it take to fill up a gas tank? A minute? 5 minutes?
So I mean, it's a fucking headache. I pick a minimum like 2 or 3 riders a week going to the. So you have a car, but you got to take an Uber to somewhere where you can have the longest cup of coffee you've ever had, like 2 hours, or you gamble, or you go to the mall, or you just sit in your fucking vehicle
for 2 hours.
For 2 hours, and maybe YouTube or TikTok for that amount of time.
But then you can't use the car because then it uses the.
No, and then that's the other thing. She's like,
you can't just sit there and just watch, you know, YouTube's on the Tesla
panel. I was telling her
because I know you can watch videos on that control panel that the Tesla has.
Yeah, but check this out. On my car, I got a special little box that has all types of chargers. You pull it, you see it.
Yeah.
She's afraid to put that in her car because now if people start charging the I know it's a minimum probably charge on the phone, but now you're worried is this person?
Oh my God, taking mileage away from
yeah.
Jeez.
Okay, so now that's 4.
So then that's the whole game. That's the gambit.
It continues. It continues.
Oh my God.
5. You buy a Tesla. You can find a Tesla in any particular dealer, couple of years old. Maybe you can get one for 20 grand. Right? Now you got to invest an additional 20 grand
to get another battery.
No, to get a charger in your home that charges your Tesla.
Why? Because you can't. Oh, it's not a 3-prong.
It's not. On the Tesla, it's not. You need to get an apparatus installed in your house.
That's right.
To charge your vehicle.
That's 20 grand.
I've heard many numbers from 6 grand to 20.
So what's the point of that? You buy the car, you can't even.
And there's more.
Oh my God. So then what? So then it's not practical to have one.
It's very romantic. Because I told her. So how do you feel? And she told me, I feel good that I'm doing something good for Mother Earth. But this is a headache. So I said, okay, do you realize those lithium ion batteries are horrible for Mother Earth?
Right.
How do you dispose of them? What?
Yeah. Yep.
So what the fuck are we doing?
I don't know. And with that, it's time for our first break.
Let's do it.
At Fly US, your business is important to us. That's why we treat you like shit. We know you have a choice when choosing an airline: awful, dreadful, or terrible. And we promise you, we're striving to be awful. Fly US. Sit back, relax, and shut up.
Coming for the Exorbio 720 gaming system. Some video games are set in hell, others in post-apocalyptic wastelands. Now, there's a shooter set in the most culturally terrifying place in the world. The South.
I'm gonna have some fun with you, boy.
Pride, not prejudice. Commit farmyard sodomy. Make drugs. Drink grain alcohol and drive at high speed. Mow down commies. Eat pigs and foreigners. Save the South against liberals, land prospectors, and out homosexuals in a place that's hot as the sun and swarming with disease-carrying insects. Pride, not prejudice. The shooter we've all been waiting for. Only for the Exorbio 720 gaming system.
We all care about the environment, some more than others, especially those of us on the West Coast. But places thousands of miles away have water that is our birthright. We're San Andreas Water and Power. Without our tireless efforts to keep the water and subsidies flowing, San Andreas could dry up like a woman in her 50s. No green lawns, no swimming pools, no lush golf courses in the desert. Sure, you may have to pay the piper sometime, but let's all work together to make sure it's not just yet. San Andreas Water and Power.
Oh my God.
So I got a bunch of new break material for us. What do you think?
Oh my God, that's crazy. And it's funny too. Now, before you play anything else, for people seeing us on Instagram, people seeing us on TikTok, you're not getting the full show.
That's right.
You're just getting 50% of it because you're not hearing the things that Pablo is playing, in the background.
Right.
In order for you to get, the full gist, the full show, you can go to the pyramid shop.com and you're going to go to Substack, right?
That's right. Well, from the pyramidshop.com, you can watch us through all the streams. We're live on Twitter. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We are on Instagram and on TikTok. And we're also live on our own platform, our own beta platform, which is like our own version of YouTube that is apart from Google and all its reach. It's completely our own, so nobody can mess with our stream.
And what's our website for that?
And that is Pyramid.
PARAMID.
Actually, let's go to the pyramidshop.com and I'll show you right now. Let's go share my screen.
It's pyramid.vids.io.
So here we go. When you go to the pyramidshop.com, there we are. It's a live stream. When we're live, you see us on the stream right here. You can subscribe to our Substack. You can see all our media here on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube. And then you can watch the cast, the beta form, not the live. Well, the live stream is here as well, but you can also see the previous streams. We're going to be putting up the rest of the episodes, but right now we only got from episode 23 and up, and we're just dealing with a little bit of bottleneck with all the data that we have, with all the episodes we have accumulated. So just bear with us. We're trying to come up with a system that could spit out systematic and exactly precise episodes every week. But right now it's just us. We've never done something of this magnitude before, so just bear with us as we come along with
this. For people listening to us on TikTok and on Instagram from my feed, that's the pyramid. That's THEP as in Paul, AR as in Randy, AM as in Mary, ID as in David, shop.com. And from there you could pick whatever platform you want to see us live in. And if you want to go directly, you go to what is it, Pyramid?
So you go to I just had it here. 1 second.
Pyramid.vids, VIDS.
Yeah, so it's Pyramid, that's PARAMID .vids, that's V as in Victor, I Igloo David Samson, and .io. So it's pyramid.vids.io. And from there you can see all the cast, even the live stream. You can see it live
Now,
Monday nights.
Put up a picture of the pyramid so I can explain to people, because I get countless emails. You mean pyramid? No.
Well, let's bring up, look at this guy.
That's our pyramid logo. It's take on the paranormal and pyramid. We call it the pyramid.
That shape that you see right there, our logo in the green, that is the pyramid.
Right. So there we encompass all the factions that is paranormal. The top of the pyramid is what now is called UAP.
Right, UAP,
which formerly known as UFOs and aliens. Then we have on the lower right-hand corner, it looks like a fan, and that is my symbol to encompass the unknown, the unexplainable. And then on the far left, the other symbol is what we encompass such as ghost, religious, spirituality, metaphysical stuff, exactly.
And that together forms the pyramid.
And in the center we have the all-seeing eye logo, which encompasses all of it, and it's the eye that wakes you up and tells you that what we think is real, it's not, and what we think is not real is.
Exactly.
So guys, join us live. We would love to see you guys join us live so you can get all the bells and whistles,
guys and girls out there.
And on our pyramid shop, we have some merch. We have our own line of vitamins.
That's right. Actually,
we got pyramid vitamins, which I just took them before the show. I love this product.
It's time for my daily dose. I got my brain boost right here. Love them. Running low, as you can see, we got down to our last one.
This is Fortify.
So
has K2.
Speaking of our supplements, there was something that I've been considering, and I really like the idea of throwing a discount code in our podcast, but it's only to those that are listeners of the cast will pick it up. So we'll say something like, I don't know, like out of context, like hair of the dog, or something completely out of context, like the grass is growing. And if you type in the grass is growing, right.
If you know what that is, that's the code.
Right. Or the idea is that in the cast we'll have a special discount code, right? So like Illuminati, for example, right? If we're talking
is out. International sign of the Illuminati. So if you get stuck on the road and you need some help,
just do that.
Just stand in the corner and.
But be careful. Use it wisely, because if you use it wrong, Will Smith will slap you.
Oh yeah.
So with that said, one of the things I was thinking about is perhaps providing some discount codes to our loyal followers and listeners out there, making it like a little game. If you can pick it out in the what doesn't go, a little Easter egg. Exactly. So it's not so easy, and we'll make it a pretty good a discount, maybe like 50% off. You get a 50, but you have to listen with your third. That's why I like it, because you have to listen with your third ear to get the discount code. And
now, as you can see on my feed, you see a little logo at the top right hand corner, which is our Pyramid Podcast logo. Now you see the pyramid, and there's a strange creature crawling up that pyramid. That is what dear and departed friend, Riley Martin, called the Insectilian Screed.
The Screed.
Yeah, they are insectilian aliens that have infiltrated humanity and live within our society. We don't know who they are. They're more or less like that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Which?
The one that he has a schizoid embolism.
I don't recall.
That he goes to Mars. What's the name of it?
Total Recall?
Total Recall. Remember the guy who, like, he bore out his arm and
oh yeah.
That's the Insectilian. So if we say Insectilian on one of our podcasts, hey, that could be one of our little discount codes.
That could be, yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I mean,
with that.
But before we go, we have Paramount vitamins.
That's right.
All infused with mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
We have merch. We got some cool T-shirts with our motto: "If the universe is infinite, then so are the possibilities." And then we have a Creeper,
sweatshirt
hoodie, and which is very cool. So not only do we have supplements, some swag gear, we also got coffee. And our coffee, which is right here, Fungi Coffee, delicious coffee infused with mushrooms.
That's right.
And for people on Instagram and for people on TikTok, very delicious coffee. We drink it often, and my God, you get a caffeine boost with plus fortifying mushroom vitamins. So, and the best thing of all is if you purchase something off our site, or if you decide to make a donation from a penny and on, you cease to be a Bobolongo.
That's right.
Now, Bobolongos are people who just troll our sites, see what we have to offer. But yeah, you guys don't buy no merch. You guys don't make no donations. So that gives you the title of Bobolongo.
Bobolongo. You don't want to be a Bobolongo.
You do not. And you definitely do not want to be a Wellepu. Wellepu just pop in their head and be like, man, just in and out, pluck, whatever you, and no donations whatsoever. But when you do a purchase, you automatically get upgraded to a verdugo, a badass, the guy or the girl or all the various
well, most importantly, you'll be
genres out there.
You'll be a supporter of the info war that we're fighting. And believe you me, I mean, we're getting banned left and right here. We're one of the we're just as banned as Alex Jones. Can you believe that?
Oh yeah. We're not gonna mention the keywords that get us banned. Because right now we're doing well on Insta and we're doing all right on TikTok. There's keywords.
We try to avoid them, but we got to get the message out for sure.
And that painting, which is right there with that foot, it's celebrating the end of something.
The end of COVID.
You cannot say that word. Give yourself a pow pow.
Well, yeah, that pow pow. Pow, pow, pow,
pow. Well,
you cannot say that word or instantly, bang, we're banned.
So what shall I call it?
El Monstruo.
El Monstruo. El Cuco.
El Cuco.
That's a good one. El Cuco.
El Cuco.
Well, I got a bombshell report today about El Cuco, and
we're gonna unpack this now or a little bit later.
Well, right now, I wanted to get into before we get into the cast and all the heavy stuff that we got going on for today. I wanted to first continue on the tradition of what we normally do is our little ohms. Our break went a little long, but we still got to get it in. So you ready for A nice ohm.
Yeah. So now what the ohms are is a very cleansing mantra to cleanse your mind of all the garbage, all the feeds, all the negativity that we get through all the platforms, TV, social media, and whatever other garbage that's in the air. We do an ohm to release all that negative energy. And then we take nice deep breaths for that good, positive energy.
That's right. So with that said, actually, this is a good way to. I've heard about the ohms, hearing it from this right here. Let me see if this guy does a great uh explanation of it. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Is it Jonathan Goldman?
No, believe it or not, the guy that I forgot his name.
Very important for you people that believe in mantra and want to clear your mind of all negative. There's an artist out there that I love. And I'll give him free plugs, and hopefully one day he can go on our podcast and explain his wonderful music. His name is Jonathan Goldman, and on YouTube you type in the ultimate ohm. As a matter of fact, let's do our ohm today to his ultimate ohm.
All right, let's see.
All about frequency. Frequency can heal, take away negative thoughts, and provide us with good energy. And I'm a big proponent of that.
Well, really quickly, and this is just what I was talking about here.
The great thing about Yoga X is it's going to focus on your weak spot.
Hold on. Well, the guy's name is Tony Horton. I'm trying to play it here, but unfortunately the clip is giving me a little bit of hassle here. So the guy's name is Tony Horton, and what he was saying is that ohms is great for your central nervous system. It's a good it massages your central nervous system. And everybody needs that, believe it or not. We don't do that. We're not, as a society, we don't do that. It's not like brushing our teeth or whatever. So those are the things.
Meditation is a very important thing that we can do on a daily basis. It's not easy, but if you do 5 minutes and you slowly increment, 5 minutes, it can get up to 10, and maybe you can meditate for half an hour a day, and you will see. I'm one that I try. I'm up to 5 minutes, but it's a very good thing to do. It makes you feel great. It's like
I meditate all the time. I mean, another form of meditation, the way I look at it, and others do as well, because I'm an avid cannabis smoker. So when I smoke a joint, believe it or not, it also is a form of meditation, because the rolling up and all that stuff is like what do you call that? A ritual, and that begins that what it is it allows your mind to focus on one thing and clear out the rest. And that's
well, I do sort of the same thing. I smoke cigars.
And in that sense, that's just meditation.
And a cigar is not just lighting up and go. You got to light the cigar a proper way. You got to puff it a proper way, and you meditate. Remember, you do not inhale with a cigar. You just puff. And again, this is for adults only.
Right.
This is a practice. I don't smoke every day. It's maybe smoke maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, but when I do, I enjoy it. With a little palito on the side, could be some single malt liquor. Not to get drunk, just one little sip to accompany the cigar, and then you just let the good energy flow in, the bad energy flow out. So can you get Jonathan Goldman out for me, please?
I got it here. Let's see. Hopefully it plays.
This is called the Ultimate Ohm.
All right, you ready? Take a deep breath, everyone. All right.
There we go. Nice.
All right. And with that, let's get into our next segment. Oh. So, in this next segment, we're still in the current events and something that recently happened and regarding El Cuco.
Okay.
And I'm not going to give you any foreshadowing or anything. I just want you to see this report like I did, and I would like to hear your thoughts on it. All right, so let's
Parents of the 8-year-old boy tell me their son has all of his shots, and it was just a matter of getting the paperwork transferred over to the school nurse. But they say the school took an extreme measure, calling the police on their son for not having his shot records. Shanita and Timothy Rhodes say they moved to Country Club Hills to give their children a good life and solid education, especially for their youngest son, Tamir, who has autism.
Tamir was diagnosed with autism right before the pandemic started. He's very loving and kind, and he makes a friend wherever he goes. I try to give him a better life, a normal life.
But this couple says October 17th was anything but normal for Tamir at Meadowview Intermediate School. Mrs. Rhodes says she got a call from the school nurse requesting her son's vaccine records. She says she informed the nurse that her son's previous school was within the district, and
they're messing with the stream already.
She told the nurse her son's previous school was within
that
the
they
district.
should have all of his shot records on file.
Can you just call over there, call the nurse, and obtain his records? And to my dismay, she said, no, that's not my job.
Mrs. Rhodes says she had planned to call her son's former school that day to get his medical records faxed over. But she said she had to step into a work meeting first. While she was in that meeting, she says she got a call from a Country Club Hills police officer who was at her home.
He said to me that I was called here because of a case of neglect. And I said, neglect?
What?
You know, in awe.
So as this clip is loading, clearly they don't want us to watch this clip. But so what's going on is this woman, right? Her kid was in school. The school nurse said was asking for her son's vaccine records. She's like, you should have it from the last school he was in.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, no, we don't have it. So she's like, okay, could you call the last school? The nurse was like, that ain't my job. I'm not going to call them to get their vaccine records. Right. So what do? They call the cops on this kid.
That's unfortunate.
And he said, well, ma'am, I can see that it's not a case of neglect. So can you just call the school district and, work out the matter? And I said, okay.
Mrs. Rhodes says she called Tamir's former school and his pediatrician to have the records sent over. At that point, she says she thought the issue was resolved. But when their nanny arrived to pick up Tamir from school, he wasn't there.
So I'm in disbelief because I'm like, he's not there. And so she says, well, they said something about the police picking him up. And I'm like, the police?
Mrs. Rhodes says the school called Country Club Hills police to pick him up and send him home. The reason? Tamir was now considered a trespasser. Tamir was dropped off by police and retrieved by his older brother. The Rhodes are outraged.
What happened to putting a note in a child's book bag? What happened to giving us a call and going down his emergency call list and letting us know. I would have left work early to come get him instead of having him brought home in a police car.
The parents say the school has not been willing to address the issue, so they hired attorney Calvin Townsend to get answers.
A kid who has special needs, someone who feels comfortable in a certain environment.
That's another aspect. The kid has special needs as well.
Well, let me tell you something. This is a very dangerous practice because thank God that police department actually was able to get in touch with his older brother.
Yeah, because what else would have happened?
I remember,
or thank God that they were like, okay, we can clearly see that there's no neglect here.
I remember when I was living in New York, some kid who has special needs didn't get on the school bus, and they didn't look for him. They didn't, and the kid was lost. And about a week and a half later, they found his body in the East River.
Oh my God, what happened?
Evidently, the kid got I believe what happened was, and maybe we should do some research on that, but I believe what happened was the teacher put him on the wrong bus. The bus driver noticed that he was on the wrong bus and told him, you got to get out. You're on the wrong bus. So he gets out. He's of special needs, got disoriented, and he got left twisting in the wind.
Wow.
The kid goes, I guess, tries to get home, gets lost.
And some poor schmuck takes advantage of his situation.
Well, they don't know. He could have just... he was autistic. Maybe he went by the water, was playing around. He's a young boy.
My God.
And he hopped in the water and drowned.
My God.
So this is total negligence from that school system, dude. With all the communication avenues that we have,
I know. I mean, for Christ's sake,
there's email, there's phones. I mean,
there's text, there's
have a room in this. If you're gonna enforce this the way evidently this ridiculous thing that they're enforcing, have a special room where, why call the cops? Then you wonder why kids are terrified of the cops.
So that's what. So check this out. So he didn't have his vaccine record, right? He didn't have his vaccine record. God forbid if he didn't have the vaccine. But because he didn't have the vaccine record, the school now says that he was trespassing and he doesn't belong there no more.
Again,
how does that make any sense?
This is something very simple to solve. People don't want to work nowadays. I guess that takes effort. You call his prior education
and get the records of what? Emailed, faxed, whatever.
PDF.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many ways. I mean, and she went out ahead and did it while she was at work. But the fact that she was pulled into a meeting, apparently they said that later on in the report, it says what happened. She was, or I don't know if they said it here, but she was pulled into a meeting because she was working, she had a meeting to do. She was like, okay, as soon as I'm done with this meeting, I'm going to call my son's school and, figure this out. So that way, there's no issue. By the time she did that, meanwhile, she had the nanny like as a failsafe to go pick him up. And she's like, he's not there.
Now, my question is, with the school that the young boy was going to, was that a private school or was it
I believe it was a public school. Let me see.
Public school. Because I had an incident when I was a kid.
Let's see.
Not as severe as this, but I mean, I felt it was severe because I had started a new school. my mom didn't know that in this particular school,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to name the school too. The hell with it. PS19 in Queens.
Mm.
I went to school, and they told me when it was time for lunch,
Mm-hmm.
they were like, "Where's your lunch ticket?" I was like, "I'm new. I didn't know why I needed a lunch ticket."
Mm-hmm.
They told me plain out, "Well, then you're not eating today."
Wow.
They sat me in the lunchroom while everybody's scarfing their
food,
their mashed potatoes and
wow,
their meatloaf. I'm like, oh my God, I'm hungry.
that's fucked up.
And they made me sit there, and they didn't give me not even a carton of milk. They gave me.
Wow.
And look at me, dudes. I love food.
Right.
When
oh. So sorry to cut you off, but one of the things that because you had brought it, you said, look at me, dude. So yeah, I had to bring it up because you said about the cold. I wanted to it's a little of a tangent of a thought, but I wanted to do for a month, me and you, a cold plunge. We do one cold plunge a day, a month, a challenge for the podcast to see, because supposedly all it takes is 3 minutes a day, and it helps with your healing. It helps with your blood circulation. Supposedly really good for you. And being that you're Mr. Polar Bear, I figure we can put that to the test.
dude, I do that every day.
Okay, so my idea
now
is
this is you very well know
mm-hmm.
the biggest part of my day before I get out that door is what?
Well, it's taking your bath and your shower and all that.
I am very meticulous.
But I'm saying a cold plunge.
Okay, but I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this. This will be easy for me, because what I do is I take a scalding hot bath. I have my little essential oils, either cedar or eucalyptus, and what do you call it? Papa.
Do you remember? Remember?
Pues ya da pau pau.
Pow, 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 pow.
Eucalyptus, cedar, and I still can't get that last one.
Do you actually do it?
I use it every day. It's that plant that
it grows from the ground that has roots. You know that plant that has leaves?
Okay, this is what I do every day. Hey, this is what happens when you reach that milestone, 50 years old. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Is it L? M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. I can't believe it. Lavender. Pow, pow.
Pow, pow, pow.
I gotta start taking ginkgo biloba.
You gotta take more of that brain boost. It looks like we're out, so we need more of this brain boost.
Lavender, eucalyptus, cedar. I take a scalding hot bath and I take the vapors in. After I'm done with my shower, I put that bitch in the coldest setting. Ice cold, and I just stand under that shower for about 2 minutes.
So the idea is we get like a little container, like a little, one of these cheap containers that we can sit in. We can put water in there, and got a couple of bags of ice or something. And we just drop it in there.
Oh, I love that. The reason I do it, by the way, I take a cold. I finish off with a cold shower, is because being that the cuckoo is around and a lot of different variants of the cuckoo, that gets in through your pores. So when you take a nice scalding hot bath, which I do because I'm past the 50 point, my joints, are a little creaky, a hot shower loosens me up. But then what happens? My pores open up. So the cold shower locks those pores. So that way no cuco can go inside.
It's a conspiracy, man! The oil company's got a grip on the government. They're feeding us a bunch of lies, man.
Government. So yeah, I take a nice cold shower for about 2 minutes and then I'm done.
Okay, so now we got off on this tangent. What was your overall impression of what's going on with this clip? Like, what do you?
I think is a tragedy. I think it's targeting. You target this poor kid. Kids are cruel. They see you getting hauled off by the cops. That next day when he goes back to school,
especially that he's autistic already. I mean,
yeah, kids are cruel. You get hauled off by the cops. Now you have a label on you, and they're gonna make fun of you and this and that. And that poor kid is not his fault. There's systems in place for that not to happen. And why not get a social worker that can solve this problem? You call the cops. Don't you think the cops got better things to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's showing how far beyond the pale our government's gone.
It's unfortunate, and they got lucky. They got lucky that at least the cop did the right thing. And
thank God, because it could have gotten a lot worse. What if the older
brother, he's like what, 10 or 11 years old? You got to release that kid to an adult.
And that's another thing. I mean,
the older brother,
the kid is being released to an armed person, a stranger. I mean, cops, especially because they were a black family, especially for the black community, cops aren't your friend in the black community per se, So,
well, that's kind of harsh. Not every cop is a bad cop.
Not every cop is a bad cop, but I got the benefit of growing up in New York City, and what New York City does is it makes you an equal. Everywhere else in the United States it might be different, but in New York State, we all see the wealthy are up in Manhattan, they're up in Long Island, and we're all of all kinds of race, creed, Asian. We're all the broke ones. Every one of us. We're all side by side in the same train, taking the same commute, going to the same places for work. So, you get the perspective of the other people around you. And let me tell you, I see it when I would drive in bad neighborhoods in Brooklyn, which I would go to because, we have family that own supermarkets there. I had friends there. I had family there that live in these neighborhoods.
You were in the wrestling team. So
yeah. So, but I'm talking about later on when I was driving, when I would drive through these neighborhoods, I mean, it was, I would get pulled over. But when I drive in like these rich neighborhoods, I would never get pulled over. No, and I would get pulled over for things that there was nothing I did. Like I would get like one time, a cop pulled me over for supposedly my tints were too dark, but I had a Scion TC, right? And my Scion TC has a full glass roof. None of the windows are tinted, but at the time, all the windows were open. So I told the cop, I'm like, officer, what are you talking about? All the windows in my car are open. And he goes, okay, I'll let you off with a warning. That's in the bad neighborhood. So all I'm saying is that for a lot of like the people that are, a lot of our black brothers out there, our African brothers out there, they have a different experience with police officers.
That's for sure.
As a whole, right? So they all gotta have this mentality with cops. Like a lot of like my brother-in-law, what he has to do, he says he gets pulled over, he's putting his hands out, he's taking the keys out of the ignition, he's making sure that the cop does nothing to assume danger here. And these are the things that a lot of the people in our Black communities have to think about. So imagine a kid who's getting taken away from by a cop who's a complete total stranger from school. That must be all kinds of detrimental to the psyche.
And let me tell you something. I'm going to correct you. If that's happening in the inner city, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go to rural parts,
and it must be.
It's worse. I remember an incident.
But what I'm saying is that in the inner city, what's different between what we experience in the inner city is that there's a lot of different races in the melting pot.
Absolutely.
So we're folded in. We're all the same in that regard. So we don't see it at the same way in the rural parts, because in the rural parts there's a different separation.
In the rural parts,
it could be race, it could be religion, it could be different things that
separate. In the rural parts, I remember I was, with some friends in rural Long Island, and they pulled us over. White cops pulled us over, and they arrested all of us for the dumbest thing.
Foam nunchucks.
For foam.
You and the warlock.
Foam nunchucks, which you could whack somebody at full force and not feel a thing. But they thought that since we were, not in that echelon of wealth, what the hell were we doing in that part of Manhasset, Long Island?
Mm-hmm.
And first, when they opened the trunk, they were like, "Yep, look what this guy has."
Oh God!
And it wasn't the nunchucks.
What was it?
I had a baseball bat.
Oh my God!
And next to the baseball bat, there were baseball gloves. And next to the baseball gloves, there was a baseball.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because in the job recently, somebody I forgot who mentioned it, but one of my coworkers had mentioned that they had gotten pulled over and gotten I think they got put in in jail, not in a big jail, but where they hold you for
they
a couple.
Were detained.
Yeah, they were detained because they had a baseball bat in their car because they just finished playing baseball. He's a Dominican, right? So he's like, the cop tells him, if you had a glove and a ball and all these other things, then we could say, oh, obviously you were playing baseball. But because you didn't have those things in the car,
that's ridiculous.
And he borrowed it because the glove and the ball, it was part of the team. He just had the bat, he just had his own bat. And because of that,
But in my instance, my uncle, the warlock, he had a baseball bat. He had baseball gloves, plural. He had baseballs in the car.
And they still arrested him.
And they looked around and were like, whoa, look what we have here. We had a Louisville Slugger.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. He had a baseball bat, right? And then peeking from the spare tire was these brown foam nunchucks. And when they saw that, they were like, whoa, look what we have here.
Oh my!
Everybody was cuffed. They called my parents. My parents had to come pick me up.
Jeez.
And at that time, I was terrified because I was cuffed on a chair. And I'm going to finish this story because a lot of people don't know what, kids in the inner city go through. And the reason we were in Long Island, we had just, my uncle had just purchased a beautiful car. I believe it was a 79, 78 Trans Am. We were cruising. We were having fun. We were exploring. And when we were in the precinct, they said, okay, what we're gonna do, they separated all of us.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Warlock, D, and myself.
Okay.
They separated all of us. And what they told me, now get this, the cop goes to me, you see that garbage can right there? Any drugs, anything that you have in your pocket, throw it in that can. And I'm not even gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm gonna be blind to whatever you put in that can. But if you don't do that at this juncture, and I search you, and I find drugs, then your problem is gonna compound. I was like, dude, I was shaking. I was shaking. I was so scared. Why I was shaking, I don't know, because I didn't break any law. But the guy was so intimidating. 6'3".
You can imagine you're
300 pounds.
You're with the cops. I mean, every time I see the sirens, I'm always nervous, just because you never know what the hell could happen.
And he waited. And I'm like, what are you waiting for? I don't have anything in my pocket. They were like, do it now, son. Do it now. I was like, there's nothing there. No, there's nothing I have that's illegal. So then he searches me, finds nothing, to his dismay. And then they proceed to call my parents. They call D's parents. My uncle at that time, I was about 15. D was 15. My uncle, I think, was in his early...
The Warlock?
Yeah, the Warlock was in his early 20s. We were just hanging out.
Okay.
They made us pick... my parents had to come. My uncle had to be bailed out.
Wow.
Then we had to go to court. And get this. They scared us at the court. They were like, dude, if you are found guilty for possession of an illegal arm, which nunchucks are illegal, but these were foam. You could end up...
wait, nunchucks are illegal?
That's what they said.
Oh my God!
It's an assault weapon.
So they
foam. I could ding you over the head with a foam.
So you're just as bad as a one of those killers that that the Sandy Hook kind of mass shooters.
This is way before that. Even those atrocities happened. But they made my parents come, and then I had to plead guilty. We found this crackhead lawyer. He charged my parents $500. These parents $500. My uncle.
What the hell?
My uncle
for
and
what
then
a
we
scam!
We pled guilty for
what a
disorderly conduct, because they said if you go to trial, there's a chance you might get a messed up judge and you're going to serve time. So this is going to sound ridiculous. It's going to sound ridiculous, but you could do time.
Wow.
So I pled guilty. They promised me disorderly conduct. My record would be expunged.
You pled guilty to wow.
I pled guilty because they scared the hell out of me.
Oh my God.
And then my records were sent to me about 6 months later. They told me within this 6 months time, you better not get into trouble, because now you have a big problem.
Oh my God.
So the reason I bring that up is, as ridiculous as that may sound, imagine that poor autistic kid. He must have been terrified.
Oh man. And thank God he had a good cop that noticed how ridiculous this was.
I would say to that family, if somehow or another you see our podcast, sue the hell out of that school.
Amen to that. And with that, we're going on to our next break.
Lucy, Lucy!
What was that? You fucked up. Now you need a bow.
I control the weak, not those who think for themselves.
Go ahead and describe a typical drifter. Give your description point by point so I can recognize a drifter when I see him.
The first thing you will notice about a drifter is his total lack of a major purpose in life. He will be conspicuous by his lack of self-confidence. He will never accomplish anything requiring thought and effort. He spends all he earns and more, too, if he can get credit. He will be sick or ailing from some real or imaginary cause, and calling to high heaven if he suffers the least physical pain. He will have little or no imagination. He will lack enthusiasm and initiative to begin anything he is not forced to undertake. And he will plainly express his weakness by taking the line of least resistance whenever he can do so. He will be ill-tempered and lacking in control over his emotions. His personality will be without magnetism, and it will not attract other people. He will have opinions on everything but accurate knowledge of nothing. He may be jack of all trades, but good at none. He will neglect to cooperate with those around him, even those on whom he must depend for food and shelter. He will make the same mistake over and over again, never profiting by failure. He will be narrow-minded and intolerant on all subjects, ready to crucify those who may disagree with him. He will expect everything of others, but be willing to give little or nothing in return. He may begin many things, but he will complete nothing. He will be loud in his condemnation of his government, but he will never tell you definitely how it can be improved.
That's the drink of the streets.
Alcohol.
What's up?
For real motherfuckers.
You being marketed at now, homie.
Oh, shizzle!
Alcohol is a unique malt beverage. A combination of everything that makes a memorable evening. Malt liquor and caffeine.
Malt liquor!
Malt liquor, caffeine, janky than a motherfucker.
Just a little cuckoo glowy. It's a good time blackout in a can. What's up?
You blacking out, asshole.
I'm blacking out!
Alcohol keeps the party going, even if you won't remember any of it. That's what's up. Alcohol. Yeah, boy.
Women, dieting is so hard. There are lots of delivery diets that deliver food each day, but don't stop you from cheating. Isn't it time you try something just a little different? At Vinewood Health, we not only give you the carrot, we also give you the stick. Our trained counselors spend the day with you to offer the guidance and reassurance to keep you on the right track.
You're gonna eat that, you fucking pig! You disgust me!
With their firm but encouraging guidance, the true thinner you will soon emerge. Paranoid, neurotic, and the proud owner of a new food disorder.
You have to associate food with pain and a beating. Food is your enemy. Defeat it.
You have no self-control. Thanks to us, all you need is self-loathing. Vinewood Health. Beauty inside and out, or your money back.
You fat whore!
Contact Vinewood Health today.
It's the heartbreaking show of human struggle, love, redemption, and hot morons doing drugs in bikinis. Tragedy equals comedy if you give it enough time. Rehab Island. We put Darwinism into the ultimate struggle as people battle addictions and each other in this hit competitive sobriety show. We take people to the limit, push them over it, and run commercials in between. Alliances form.
Get out! Get out of this hut!
Loves are lost.
I thought you loved me. I love the coke. I love cocaine.
Hearts explode. And contestants flatline. Rehab Island. Reality finally gets real on CNT.
Where do you get these clips from?
I am on a mission to get some valuable stuff for her, valuable content.
Oh my god.
Oh man. So now that we're done with our break, Oh, really quickly, you can always check out our new line of Paramin. We got this brain boost. You finished the brain boost today. You saw me take it live here on the cast. We got
our Fortify.
We got Fortify, which is our vitamin K2 and D3. Actually, I need that. Did you take your Fortify?
Actually, I haven't taken it today.
That's great for your immune system. So you got to take that. I think it's one pill. Fortify is great for your immune system with everything that's going around. And let me just tell you. So before the cat, what was it? The cat? I think before we got into the cast, right? That Monday I worked, right? So I'm working because for those of you who are listening, we both have full-time jobs, right? So I'm a cannabis grower. That's what I do. That's what I do every day. I grow cannabis. So
legally.
And what
you work for a grow house, right?
For a cannabis dispensary.
Yeah.
Yes, a large cannabis dispensary, which will remain undisclosed. So as I'm working, one of my managers, he comes like in the middle of the day, he comes to me, he's like, dude, I'm not feeling great. I'm gonna go get a COVID test. Right? I come back, we do the cast, you're coughing and wheezing and all that stuff. I'm like, oh man. I go in the next day. I'm working. My supervisor that told me that that Monday, he's like, we get the news he has COVID.
No. Cuco.
Oh, that's right.
He has Cuco.
He has El Cuco. Right. He has El Cuco.
Right.
So then what ends up happening? So I'm working throughout the day. Now the other manager that because we have several teams throughout the whole operation. There's a lot of different teams, so there's a lot of managers. So I might be with one manager today and a different manager tomorrow. There's a team of them. So I'm with a different manager and I'm working. And halfway through her shift, he's like, "Sorry guys, I gotta go get a COVID test. I'm not feeling that great." A Google test.
Google test. Come on, dude.
He got to go test himself for a Google. So then I'm like, oh my God, everyone's getting Google. Right. Everyone's getting it. So, or something's going around that they're blaming on no Google. And it just got me my spidey sense tingling because I know that right now makes me feel a little bit like 2020, where before El Cuco came out and everybody here, the whole world shut down, we were hearing that the El Cuco was blowing up in China and they were shutting things down and whatever, and that was like, oh, that's in China. Well, that's going on right now, and what's happening is I'm seeing a lot of people get sick, and that was happening in 2020 as well, but nobody thought anything of it. No one was thinking, oh, El Cuco at that time, so no one really bought. How would we know what we had at that time? People just chalked it up to colds or whatever. So I'm seeing now that people are chalking up, or like us, you were out there wheezing on the cast and coughing today, and I'm coughing, and I'm just noticing, like, right now as this is circulating here, China's locking down massively, welding people in homes and doing all these things.
But you know what happened in China? Massive protest happened in China.
Oh yeah.
They had to change their.
Well, of course, yeah, they have to change their stance on that. There's a lot of things going on in China. I was listening to a report that said, which links to our last podcast because we were talking about peak oil, right? And this is gonna come up a couple times in this cast because in this next report that I have here is it's gonna link into it later on in the cast. But China, this report says that they only have 80 days of oil left in China.
What?
Only 80 days left.
Now, how is that possible?
So what's going on is China has their own oil in their continent. You know, they have their own oil that they've been going on. But here's what the report was saying is, so I never even thought of it. But now with the whole peak oil, it all makes sense. So in the 90s,
before you continue, explain to our listeners what peak oil means.
So peak oil means that as when we first discovered oil in Pennsylvania and it was seeping out of the ground, right? Oil was just being discovered, and then we were under the impression that it was a big abundance of this oil, right? So we were able to pump this oil, and after a while, after pumping, you know, some of the oil wells run dry. So in order for the oil companies to sustain the oil, they look around and they keep drilling for more oil. And a lot of times the oil at that time in the early stages, they were just seeping out of the ground. It was just, you know, pooling, you know, it was oil everywhere.
Like in that movie, There Will Be Blood.
Right. And that, just like in that movie. So what I wish you know, it would be nice if we had a third person that could bring those clips in as we're
that's coming. We're gonna get that engineer that's gonna be working with.
I mean, I don't mind doing it, but it's just, you know, it would be nice so that way I didn't have to, you know, do two things at once. But in any case, so
we were under the impression at the early stages of us discovering oil that oil almost seemed in infinite supply.
Right. So peak oil, what it is like everything else in this earth, there is a finite amount of resource of oil that exists, right? So as we're discovering,
now, this is the conspiratorial side of me. They want us to believe that all that oil, all those reserves of oil that's underground are the carcasses of dinosaurs. You believe that?
Well, I don't know.
That doesn't compute in my mind.
Maybe not the dinosaurs, but of like diamonds. Like that's the way I interpret it. It's like, you know, pressure and organic matter.
Say that oil is
dinosaurs
that decompose and create whatever it is. That doesn't fit my mind.
Well,
that's way beyond my pay grade.
So in any case, what we're trying to describe is peak oil. So what peak oil is that, you know, there's a finite amount of resource, and what ends up happening is, like everything else, there's a bell curve. You know, there's when we find the abundance of oil, you know, the arc of the curve is going up, and then once we find that, okay, we found all that we could find. And no matter how much oil that there is existing, it will never go past this level, this peak
trend.
And then it starts to go down. And
from what I gather, from what our friend Michael Rupert said, that in the 70s they started to chart these trends.
Right.
So there was a particular trend that happened where oil was at its highest point. And then they noticed that oil started trending downward. So under the guise that oil is infinite, they were believing that it's just trending down for now, but we're going to find more reserves and it's going to go up beyond that peak.
Right.
Since that date when they discovered that peak, we have never reached.
Right.
It's always been trending down.
And in that report and in that documentary, which is Collapse, what we were discussing, in that report, he says that, you know, everything that all of life is made off of this oil. The microphones we use, the computer, you know, is not just
even in your toothpaste, for Christ's sake.
Right. It's not just the gasoline or the power. It's everything.
Your
right?
tires that you have on your car, each of them have how many
I think he said 17 gallons or 17 gallons of oil
per tire. So we are making everything out of petroleum.
Everything. So
that Vaporu that us Dominicans love to. I use Vaporu every day. Sorry, Gaia.
Vapor rub.
We call it Vaporu. VAPROO. Vaporu. But Vapor Rub is my friend. I rub it on my nose before I go to bed, on my third eye, pressure points here, on your wrist, on the bends of my elbow, help circulation, and I use it. Guess what?
Petroleum. So, with that being said, now that you understand what peak oil is, so China, back in the 90s, China was thought up as, almost like a third world country, right? It was very rural.
Well, we didn't have access to China.
Right.
Until the Nixon era.
But that's but at that time, that and even in the 70s, let's go further back. Let's say the 70s, right? China was a very rural country, right? And
it was unknown, as a matter of fact. It was, again, like I said before, President Nixon was the first guy to enter the Forbidden City. We didn't know much about China because they were locked off from the world.
So from looking backwards, from what we know of what happened with China, is in the 70s, China was a very rural country, right? It was very rural, not many cities, and the cities that were there, they weren't making a whole lot of money, right? And over the course of time, as China started luring over American companies to do manufacturing in China, the population was getting more wealthier, and they were able to start,
they were opening up to the world,
right? And what happened was they were building cities, they were building infrastructure, they're getting bigger. Now China is like at the forefront of technology. They got facial recognition, but that came at a cost. So what I didn't think of is that China had to make a deal with the devil. And what is that deal with the devil? What their deal was, they only had, there's only so much oil that they had in their nation. They spent it all building their infrastructure.
Wow.
They spent it all, and they built cities that are ghost towns. I mean, there's so many ghost town cities in China. They made a whole replica of France.
Let me tell you something.
Many replica cities.
China, to me, is like Mars. It's a fascinating place.
A
lot of people don't know this, and this might sound.
Oh man, you gotta give me some. This
is gonna sound ridiculous.
Some time, because I don't have because I have several banks, so I gotta shuffle through it.
This is gonna sound ridiculous, but in order for China, right, to prevent their populace from leaving China, because Chinese people got a fascination with France. Whatever it is, I don't know if it's the Eiffel Tower, if it's the food or the language. A lot of Chinese people want to go to France. So what is China's answer to it? They build an exact replica of France in China.
Yep.
Eiffel Tower and all. So not only is it an exact replica, but the shops, everything that's in France is replicated just the way France is today.
Right.
In China.
In China.
So that people that were in China said, "Oh, I would like to visit China." China said, "You know what? You don't have to go to France. Go to this place in our own country, and you can see what France is." And it's an exact replica, down to the stores, to the cobblestones, to everything.
Yeah, I'm actually looking it up here. Let's see, Chinese replica cities.
And not only do they have France, they have a replica of New York.
Oh, look, they I have here. They have
Put it up on the screen.
So China's best copycat towns. Thames Town, named after Thames in London. Thames Town is modeled on a traditional British style market town. Holland Town, Venice Town, Australian Village,
Austrian.
I'm sorry, Austrian Village, German Town, Spanish Town, Sweden Town, and Shakespeare Town. And let's see if they have pictures here so you can see here. So let's see.
They're striking, by the way.
Oh yeah, but a lot of these towns, look, this is Thames Town.
Tom's.
Tom's?
Like the Tom's River.
Oh, okay. Tom's Town. And what a lot of these towns, what people don't know is all this infrastructure that they built, the people can't afford to live in them. So they're all empty or unfinished. So they have Holland Town. Looks like this one was it looks like this is part of the Holland. They got Venice Town. Look at the Venice one. The Austrian Village. It looks like Austria. That's the crazy thing.
Look at Germantown.
That looks like something Germany will build. I've never been to Germany, but it looks like look at the Spanish Town. That looks like Spanish. Like, look at that. And that's in China. A Shakespeare Town.
But you got to show the France.
Yeah, I'll bring up France. So let's see. So let's see here. Okay. So
look at the comparison.
So can you see it in China? Let's see. Visit. This is
they made a complete replica of the Eiffel Tower.
Can you tell the real thing from the replica? Can you tell the difference between the two? The real thing and the replica, which might be the real and which might be.
Okay, I would say the one to the left is the real one.
And the one to the right is the fake one?
Yeah. Well, did I get it right?
So it says Parisian photographer Francois Prost traveled to Tianjin, China. The suburb in Hangzhou, Zhejiang province, is a life-size replica of Paris, France. Prost produced a photo series comparing the two, titled Paris Syndrome. Left Eiffel Tower replica is in China. Right is the real one.
Also, I got it wrong.
So you got it wrong. Look at that. You got it wrong.
Wow.
How crazy is that?
And the crazy thing is the replica, it's so precise that it's even down to the small shops.
Right. So
all this that you see in the replica town, guess what? A big portion of that has petroleum.
Right. So that's the whole thing. So they built all these replica cities. They built all this stuff, and now is biting them in the ass, because now that they built this stuff, now that they have all of the manufacturing, that's the other thing that wasted a lot of their oil is they make all the products there. Where did that oil come from? They dug all that oil up. So now they're at a point where they need to import more oil than they have.
Then they can produce.
Right. So what did they do? They went to supposedly are no longer allies, but the people that were holding up our currency,
the
Saudis, and China got the open door, the huge celebration from Mohammed bin Salman, and they signed a deal that now the petrodollar is no more. Now China is going to be purchasing oil from the Saudis with the Chinese yuan. Yeah.
What is it called? The yen or the one?
The yuan, I think. Let me see. I think it's YU. Let me see.
Now, this is a fascinating topic because one of the most opulent places on earth that everybody wants to go to, and people go there.
See, it's
and
called yuan. YUAN.
Okay. So check this out. China's, they blew their load on their all these things that they built in China, but they're now reaching out to the Saudis. But what is the most opulent place on earth? And I know several people that have gone there and they haven't had such a good time.
Dubai?
Dubai. Can you imagine how much petroleum has been spent in the city of Dubai?
And one of the things that I was thinking about that city of Dubai and all that, I'm wondering, what is the reason why they built those man-made islands? Maybe it has something to do with oil. Maybe because obviously they took that dirt from somewhere. Where all that come from?
And you see what they're doing in Dubai now.
Which is
now they're doing high-rise cities. Like they have a plan in Dubai where communities, like cities, are gonna be living in like a skyscraper kind of where you don't even have to leave the complex. They're gonna have everything. Google that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up as we speak. So let's see.
Let's see, Dubai. Plans on skyscraper cities. Here we go. Oh wow. Dubai architect design massive ring to encircle. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh wow, this is fascinating. The architects in Dubai dream up of a massive space-age ring to encircle the world's tallest building.
Oh, I see here. Look, I got it here.
Look at that.
My God.
Look, that's all petroleum, folks.
Yep.
That's all petroleum.
Yeah, that's amazing. When we were designing our story,
the Nephilim.
Yep, that's exactly what I was envisioning. That
envisioning.
This Cuco got me talking funny, but yeah, in our story, that was what I was envisioning. The Burj Khalifa was like that Nephilim that we were.
Yeah, but look how see that ring?
Wow.
That's a residence. And
that's amazing.
And people are gonna be living there, and by way of bridges, and it's gonna have transport, it's gonna have everything. So you will not have to touch terraforma. That's what they call it, like Earth. If you don't want to.
Wow. That's gonna be insane.
And again, that's all petroleum based.
Right. So that's the thing that I've been finding out about China, that they're running out of oil, and they're now aligning with Saudi Arabia, right, to get the oil from Saudi Arabia.
Now,
And
doesn't that interfere with everybody else's pipeline?
well, I guess so. I don't know, but but they have two fronts. They have the Saudi Arabian oil and the Russian oil. So they're getting it from both ends. But at the end of the day, there's only so much that is left anyway. So the fact that China doesn't have any more of its own means that they're in a bit of a predicament, because we're now in the global stage. Everybody's shifting towards war footing, right? And
Right.
if China can't sustain more than 80 days off on its own, then that's strategic um uh like maneuver that we can do as the United States or any country, that can cripple.
Now let me ask a question
Mhm.
that it has been gnawing at me for a while.
Okay.
We're at the age, I think we're at the pinnacle
Mhm.
of technology right now, right?
Supposedly.
We're at an age where we can have GMO foods,
Mhm.
right? We're at an age that we can print organs.
Mhm.
There's this thing called CRISPR,
Mhm.
which we can mess around with people's DNA.
Right.
Don't you think at this level of the game, we can have a synthetic form? I mean, we do have it. It's called synthetic oil.
Oh, synthetic form of petroleum?
Yes.
Well,
now here comes Michael Rupert's. Now, this is why everything now that I encounter questions,
so
it circles.
well, because the thing is, it probably costs more energy.
That's what I was saying in my mind. Now, everything that I encounter, I look at this bottle of vitamins, right? Our Paramin vitamins, a quick plug, Fortify. This has petroleum in it, right?
By way of by way of the
casing.
the plastic bottle
Yeah.
and all that stuff. But actually, the supplements itself are organically grown.
Right, but I'm
and
saying the actual package.
Right.
This bottle.
Yeah, that's petroleum.
That's
for
petroleum based.
Sure. No ifs, ands, or if it's
If it's in your toothpaste, folks.
If it's plastic, then it's petroleum, basically.
Right. So I was thinking, okay, so then we can make synthetic oil. But everything I think of, and I'm going to make a chart, Michael Rupert in the middle, everything circles right back to Michael Rupert.
Well, speaking of,
well, let me finish my thought. Synthetic oil, we can make it. But the problem with making synthetic oil, it takes more energy to make synthetic oil than what it produces.
And that is the problem with fracking and looking for more oil too. It costs us more oil that probably we don't even have to spend to build the apparatus to go look for it.
That's crazy.
Right. So it costs us more to get it out of the ground than it does for us to just to not even bother to look for another alternative, I guess. But so I'm glad that you brought this up, because this is a good segue into the clip that I have here. Let me just see here. Oh, it looks like one of my audio recordings. Not a big deal. One of our redundant recordings is just
Okay,
stopped.
I just want to take a quick second to do shout outs to our people who are like peeking in. These are Bobolongos, folks. Grungy.Rena, CP CP1 New York City. You're a Bobolongo because you're now getting merch or vitamins off our site. And then let's see. We have Great Job, which is on TikTok. And we got some others that have joined. Folks, don't be a Bobolongo.
Don't be a Bobolongo. So you ready for my report?
Yeah, I just been wondering. We haven't heard from our extraterrestrial friend in a while.
Oh, Mr.
Guandulo. What's going on with him? Has he reached out to you?
Well, I have him right here. You want to ask him a question?
Yeah. There he goes. Guandulito. Are we gonna run out of oil?
Oh, that's a good question. Are we gonna run out of oil? You bet.
Oh man.
I don't know if you guys can see that there.
Oh, we are doomed.
You bet. You see that?
That's our extraterrestrial friend, Mr. Guandulo. Later on, you'll see a video of him.
So, that being said, so now that we understand what peak oil and things are not going great in China right now, but there's a lot of things going on, and now we enter this guy. So this guy, I learned of him from Mr. Alex Jones. His name is Dr. Andrew G. Huff. Dr. Andrew Huff is the former head of the Eco Health Alliance, which funded the Wuhan lab and the Google. Right?
Interesting.
So he's going to give you an explanation of how we wound up into the Wuhan lab, how this happened. He's going to tell you that first and foremost,
if you shift your computer towards you can see. Shift your computer.
Which
yeah,
way?
There. See me and look who's peeking at you from behind.
Mr. Guandulo.
Guandulo's back there nodding. So okay, let's see this report.
So well, just a little backstory. So this guy, Dr. Andrew Huff, he's gonna explain to you, because I had to condense and more than an hour. This story is a long story, and if you want to hear it, you can go to band.video. It was Saturday's broadcast. Today is December 12th. So look for Saturday's broadcast. It was mind-blowing what he had. What he had to say. This doctor, he was in the military. He had an option to either go commercial or to stay within the military. He had top secret clearance, so he wanted to stay in the military and proceed his career into that field. He thought he was doing something great for the United States, to the point where he got to Michael Rupert level, where he got behind the curtain and he was like, what the hell is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And then he questioned it, and you're going to find out what happened. So this clip here has been condensed. This is an hour-long clip that I
now just a little before we go into this report. Just a little history on Michael Rupert for people who don't know who he is. Michael Rupert was an LAPD cop. Am I correct?
He was an LAPD cop. Yes.
He was an activist
and a journalist as well.
A journalist, and he found he explored deep into the peak oil phenomena, and because of that, and because he found some nefarious things that the government was doing,
he had what his claim to fame is. Most importantly, what his claim to fame is that he had busted the CIA for dealing drugs, and he put them to the fire. He's like, dude, you're doing drugs, you're dealing drugs,
and he
knocked the shit off. What do you?
And there was hearings upon this,
right? And the hearing, he goes to the judge, and he goes with this information.
We covered it in the last podcast,
right?
And we saw the actual video of him in the hearing,
right?
But the reason I bring this up quickly, he mysteriously died of a suicide.
Right.
Suicide.
Right. He was
and one of the things that when he was alive, that he warned is that he could be suicided, which is a term I never heard before. And we have boots on the ground.
Oh, we got incoming boots on the ground. Are you connected to the caster?
Let's see. Hello? Hold on.
You're not connected.
Hold on. Don't leave yet. Stay there. Here we go.
We got incoming call here.
Mr. Warlock.
What's going on? Good evening.
Good evening. We have our boots on the ground, the Warlock from the bowels of Tampa. What's going on, kid?
Deep from within the cigar capital of the world.
That's my part of town.
Yeah. This is where you can spend good quality time. You can still enjoy a quality time where in the rest of the world, it's being sort of like extinguished, I guess, because it's like so against the law to smoke now.
Oh yeah, but just to give the audience a little synopsis of what you're talking about, there's a place out in Tampa called Ybor City, and there's a great place to go and smoke and chill, and we've done that with the Warlock. So what's going on? What's going on? What do we get this? How do you say? What brings you to call our show today?
Well, I want to bring up something to you that we have touched briefly. Sometimes we touch up on that here and there. It's the things related with the moon, going to the moon. Rocket going over there, rocket coming back, all these issues, right? All these things that are, it's sort of like very
space travel related.
Yeah, and the news is being like, we like very talk about lately. But
right.
Listen, let me ask you something, guys. Did you hear about the module that landed that came back from the moon?
The Orion,
today, right? The Orion.
Mm-hmm.
What was the number one issue with the NASA scientists and NASA personnel? What was the number one issue that they were concerned? With the module that landed that came back.
Well, excuse me. One of the things that I heard was one of their main concern was it coming back and safely landing at the appropriate spot, and its retrieval. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yes. One of the things, but more important than that, they were very concerned about the heat tile, the shield tile. Could those tiles withstand the heat
upon entry?
Upon entry, which is like over 5,000 degrees, something like that.
Yes. I have here. It says as Orion returned to Earth, it was moving at about 25,000 miles per hour, and the nearly 11-foot tall craft experienced temperatures of about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
So my question is, if that's such a big concern, why not get advice from the 1960s and 70s, 12 missions that they sent up there. Apparently, they didn't have any problem with those any of those landing when they re-entry when they came back. They didn't have any problem.
Again, we circle back to who?
To Michael Rupert.
Michael Rupert. At the time, okay, now I'm going to put this in parentheses, right? At the time that we supposedly went to the moon, right? And we explored the moon and then we came back. Right. I think that the resources at that time
was in
abundance. So now, whatever resources that they used in the late 60s and early 70s aren't as abundant today. So, because remember, one of those tiles, if you lose one of those heat shields, that's it. The whole craft is gone.
Right.
Because I believe when the whole thing with the Challenger
was a heat shield,
was something happened with one of the tiles.
And the whole thing blew.
Yes. So now I'm telling you this because that's way above my pay grade, but it seems to me that me being a conspiracy theorist is if they're struggling, one of the main things of getting this craft back to Earth safely, right? But aren't we going to space before this Orion? Weren't we going to the space station, coming back, going to the space station?
Isn't that the whole miracle of the Falcon rocket that takes everything up and it gets it's a reusable rocket?
Yeah. How do they do it?
Good question, but I think it has something to do with distance. Like maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe from the moon is a lot faster. Like the way they gotta come back, the trajectory might be.
Well, I don't know, because while you're traveling, let's say from the moon to the atmosphere, the problem is entering the atmosphere. Now the question would be, depending on the distance of where you're traveling from, are you traveling faster as upon entry, or is it all the same speed, and is it all the same temperature?
And also, you have to remember also that it's not only how far it is and the re-entry, but the type of craft that is coming back.
Right. The type of craft that's coming back.
My third eye, my third ear, in comparison to the space shuttle, right? Isn't the Orion much smaller?
I believe so. It's only 11 foot tall.
And then you have the Challenger, the Discovery, all those space shuttles, which are massive in compared to the Artemis Orion. Wouldn't it be easier transporting a smaller craft up and down from space into our atmosphere? Why were they so concerned?
I don't know, but I have something here. I have an article here, and
man, I've got certain information. All right, certain things have come to light, and has it ever occurred to you that instead of running around blaming me, given the nature of all this new shit, this could be a lot more complex. I mean, it might not be just such a simple,
What in God's holy name are you blathering about?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm blathering about. I've got information, man. New shit has come to light.
So it says here, NASA's mission control called the splashdown a textbook re-entry, and the space agency's administrator Bill Nelson said he was overwhelmed of the splashdown. It's historic because we are going back to space, to deep space, with a new generation, Nelson said, adding, "This is a defining day for not just Americans, but for the human race. It's a new day. A new day has dawned, and the Artemis generation is taking us there." Once Orion was safely back on Earth and floating in the Pacific Ocean, thanks to 5 inflatable devices to keep it from sinking, the transport dock ship USS Portland was on its way to retrieve the craft, and both vessels will make their way back to the naval base in San Diego.
But okay, this question that the Warlock has bestowed on us, it's very complex, because why didn't they just use the technology that Elon Musk has? Elon Musk has a craft that goes up into space and then it comes right back down and it lands right on the fucking tarmac.
Well, I think that's a booster, right? Like that's the rocket propels them into space, right? That booster, the Falcon 9 rocket boosts them into space, right? And once they get like just above the atmosphere, where they're just about to float, the Falcon 9 rocket comes back down while it does its thing up there, and then that capsule comes down with the crew when they come back down.
But doesn't it land right on the tarmac?
It does. Yeah.
So why don't they use that technology with the Artemis?
But again, it might be the fact that it's coming from deeper space than, because when but did you hold on? Did you know that when this guy Jeff Bezos, when he went up into space, did you know how far up in space did he really get into?
No.
He got about I think the size of the thickness of a dime
above space.
In space is where he got about the thickness of a dime. He just touched space. That's it.
Barely enough to be considered an astronaut.
Right, barely enough to. And then the guy before after him, Virgin, what's his name? I think I might have gotten reversed. I think Amazon was a nickel thick, and Richard Branson, the other guy, was about a dime thick. That's as far as they've gone into space.
Okay, those are fine, but dude, Elon Musk, he has vehicles that dock with the space station.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that maybe, I think that maybe it doesn't go, that rocket that you're explaining doesn't go that far. It probably takes to that dime thickness, and then from there, the capsule boosts off, and from there it takes them to the space station.
But then they got to come back down.
They let gravity do the work,
and then it lands itself right on the tarmac.
Well, that's because it's a 2-stage thing, right?
I realize that, but what I'm saying is, now this is
what I'm saying is that it might be a little different when it's coming from further out, because you have a velocity.
That's where I'm coming from. And now I ain't no scientist
by any stretch of the imagination.
But if I'm coming from the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I would do is I'll coast from the moon, right to where the space station hovers, right? I chill there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then once I get down to that orbit, I stay there. Then from there, then I say, okay, now we're at this height. Now from here, now I go back down to Earth. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Guys, so when they come back from the moon, they can stop there for like a hot chocolate.
Yeah. Have a snack. Maybe like, I mean, doesn't it make sense? You go to the moon, you do what you got to do, you dock, you come back from the moon, you dock at the space station, refresh yourself. Give me a pow pow.
Voy a dar pau pau. Ahí.
Pow, 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 pow.
Okay, you refresh yourself. You take a little shower. You see, have a couple of drinks with the cosmonauts there, maybe with the Russian guys and whoever's up there. And then
most likely they're Russians.
So then you say, okay, peace, we're going back down to Earth. And then you land properly the way Elon Musk. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they're making it more difficult than it
should
be.
Well, there's also other things too.
Unless Elon Musk is not sharing his technology with NASA.
Well, there's go ahead.
I believe that we have a homework to do in the next couple of days, maybe, to find what that's one hell of a good question to for us to understand. Why don't they do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I am definitely want to understand why they don't do something like that.
Well, if there's anybody out there that is, an astronaut or knows an astronaut or has anything to do with
or any knowledge of
astrophysics and all these things,
aeronautics and all that stuff,
right? Please, if you work for McDonald Douglas,
I have an idea. I think NASA has some what is it called? They call it like public relations personnel.
Maybe we can try to grab somebody
that can address those questions to the public through by email.
Okay, but let me ask you another.
Well, I was going to bring something up.
I got one question. Please let me get this question in. Didn't we have an extraordinary success with the space shuttle? Would you consider the space shuttle a success?
Which space shuttle?
Any space shuttle.
Okay.
Would it be a success?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, why not?
What do you think, Warlock?
I think it was great. I think they were great.
Yeah.
Except for obviously we had two major setbacks because of the accident that happened.
But besides that, I think that program was a total success. Why? Again, this is an idiot talking here, a dinosaur. But to me, why is it that we opt to these capsules landing in water when we can build an airplane-like shuttle can go up to the moon
or something like the Falcon 9 rocket and just land it back down?
That to me is a feat. It's very complicated. But fuck, we can send an airplane-like shuttle and have the Orion be like an airplane, go up there and then land it back down like an airplane. Why is it that difficult to send a airplane-like shuttle to the moon?
Well, that was a Challenger, and I guess it didn't work so well.
The Challenger wasn't going up to the moon.
No, but that was the design. It was like an airplane type.
Yeah, and it went back up and down to space many times. We had two tragedies, but then again, every space program has a tragedy.
Right.
It's you're learning on the fly.
Right.
But these are unmanned vehicles I don't understand with drone technology that we have, all this technology. Why do we opt to this silly pod landing in water? We got to go get it, retrieve it from the sea. Why don't we have like a airplane type shuttle coming down and landing?
I don't know. That's a good question. Well, what I was gonna
am I correct, Warlock?
This is an excellent observation.
Well,
We have to find somebody that can explain to us, to one of us anyway, that why don't they do some stuff like that?
no, definitely. And we are in Western Massachusetts, where a lot of these high level thinkers and quantum mechanic people and astrophysicists, they all around
MIT
here.
is here, isn't it?
Yeah, we're all out here. So, but one of the things I wanted.
MIT.
Yes.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up, because we were trying to figure out like what might be the reason why they were worried, or
Maybe
like the
MIT
speed.
is not really Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's more like morons in train.
Well, that could be. It's funny that you. I mean, I don't know if this person's gonna hear it, but I know somebody that went to MIT, and he's not far off from a moron in training. This guy was a belligerent drunk. He was like a nice guy from one moment, and when he would drink, he changed. He would turn into a different person.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll and Mr.
Oh,
Hyde.
yeah.
Oh, I know a
yeah.
couple of those.
And well, that's what they do in MIT, or in any college. They do a lot of binge drinking. And I wouldn't want to be around that guy. But in any case,
we got some homework to do.
We definitely have some homework, but I want to bring up maybe as another possibility as why they had to do things the way they did, is maybe speed. They needed to do it because there was a window. Maybe it needed to be fast. And like you said, like, why couldn't they come and chill in the space station for a little bit, and then from there have the Falcon 9 come up, grab it like a claw, like those vending machines, the claw vending machine.
Yeah.
Go in, grab it, and then bring it back down, right?
Well, I don't think it has.
Or a lock.
I mean, how many fucking sci-fi movies haven't we watched? Thousands of them.
That they all leave.
That they all fucking dock. Like psst, psst,
right.
Psst, psst. They dock, clunk.
Right.
Then they open up the airlock.
Right.
And then you get onto the space station. Then you have that Falcon rocket.
Mm-hmm.
They get off that craft, go into the space station,
and then the rocket comes back down.
Yeah, then they go through the space station, they go onto the Falcon, boom, it comes down to Earth safely.
Well, I was thinking that maybe what I pulled up here, and unfortunately the Warlock cannot see this, but I pulled up the map of our space junk, and as you can see, you see all those dots there?
Oh my god.
This is all the stuff. So the orange stuff that you see here are active satellites. The blue stuff are inactive satellites. The purple stuff are rocky bodies.
Oh my god, Warlock, if you see this image that I'm looking at,
the Earth is like encapsulated in garbage.
Encapsulated in junk.
So maybe hanging out in the space station is more risk. Because remember, what was that movie where they were Interstellar? I think wasn't. No, not this woman, Sandra Bullock. What was that movie?
That she lands down.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Right. It was junk. It was space junk, and that blew the whole mission. She was out there in space, and she had to figure a way to get. She barely made it out of there. So maybe that's why.
I think that's the dirty secret. because I heard something practically like
I don't even know how the heck they keep the space station up there without it colliding with all this junk.
Well,
that's
you know
up
what
there.
I heard, and this was I saw this in a news blurb on television. Yo, the Chinese had a satellite, right? And they wanted to bring it down. You know how they brought it down?
How?
They shot a missile from China and they blew it up.
Oh my God.
And then the debris came down, hailing down to Earth.
Wow.
Yo, the Chinese have no regard for Mother Earth.
No, none at all. So you see, look, if you zoom in, and look, there's some space in between, but when you zoom out, look how much junk is in our.
Okay, so now you see that image that I'm sorry that the Warlock. Are you on the road, sir?
Yeah, I'm heading to work.
Oh,
But
okay.
no, listen, I know.
Well,
I
if
know
you want to
I
see,
know more or less what you're. I can visualize what you guys are seeing.
Okay, but now here comes a very important question, right? When you look at Saturn, right? What is one of the most amazing thing that Saturn has?
Rings.
Rings.
Right.
You can see them with the naked eye, right?
Right.
Not with the naked eye, but with a telescope.
Yeah, with a telescope.
You can
yeah.
see. Why is it I was looking at the Artemis, at the Orion live feed, and they showed Earth? Why don't we see that space junk like a ring around Earth?
Well, because I don't know.
Because from the looks of it here, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, and let me see if I can find. I'll show you what it looks like, because there's one of it moving.
Yo, this is why you cannot take information like the way people take it. Just, oh yeah, they said it on TV or they said it on whatever, and just believe it, because there's a lot of questions. I mean, if you would look at Earth, you would see oh my God.
So let's see, as it's zooming in.
Yeah,
This is what it looks like. You see how it like.
You know what it looks like, Thomas? Like ants, like a bunch, like millions of ants, just circling around the Earth.
Yeah, and if they have a camera, if they have cameras on that spacecraft coming back, or the module re-entering the Earth, why don't they, videotape
The debris, because I think that's what they don't want to do. They don't want to let us know of the garbage that's up there.
Yeah, they really don't, because I mean, how many people know about this stuff? I mean, not many. I mean, who really talks about this outside of us in this community? I mean, very, very few people. But I'm trying to look up. There was a great, maybe it might have been this one. There was a great little diagram that I saw that was kind of like what I showed before, the video clip that I was showing, but in real time. Oh yeah, look, this is it.
Let's see what
you see. This is in real time. Look, that's what it looks like.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Yo, there's a lot of garbage up there. Yo, right now I'm looking at an image, Warlock. It looks like grains of sand all around the Earth. Now, the fascinating thing is, as you zoom in, right, there are like gaps in between.
You see how it travels?
Oh my God. Oh my
see,
Lord.
Look, and this is the time. Look, you see, 6:30.
And these things are not colliding with each other.
I don't know. Maybe there's small collisions and stuff. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, these
imagine they might be. They're all going in the same direction, maybe.
Maybe. No, look, they're all mishmash. Look at them. You see it? You see it move?
Yeah, it looks like they're running into each other.
They're like it's a constant flux of just particles moving and bouncing at each other.
Yo, this is crazy.
You know what, guys? I just thought of something right now. We are having a hard time going back to the moon and like doing it all over again. I guess it's not that easy, because if it was, why haven't the Chinese and the Russians, the Japanese, the Indians, why haven't they
That's a very good point.
built a capsule or a rocket as like the Americans and gone over there already to the moon and come back? I guess it's not that easy.
It's not, but you know what I'm thinking about now is when we supposedly went to the moon, right? That's like us going from Midtown Manhattan to Montauk, right? And they maybe saw one car on their whole travel from Midtown to Montauk. They encountered one car.
Right.
That must have been space travel when we first went to the moon. There was nothing there.
Yeah, must have been. Yeah.
Now
there's so much crap. Look, I mean, they have to time it properly so that they can get out of the.
So that's what I'm saying. Now, if you take a car from Midtown Manhattan into Montauk, you're going to see hundreds of thousands of cars. So maybe this is why we haven't gone back.
Well, that's definitely one of the reasons, I'm sure.
Because of all the space junk. Man.
I highly doubt that that's one of the reasons.
But you know what I'm thinking?
It's a concern. But that's not, I don't think that's one of the reasons. I think it's more like of course, the financial, the economic factor plays a big role.
But what I'm thinking is how much easier was planning the trajectory in the late 60s as opposed to planning the trajectory now. You got to deal with all that shit.
Yeah.
So if I was Elon Musk, you know what I would do? Go back to that image.
Hold on.
In that image of the Earth space junk, how much, if you will put a monetary value on all that junk that's swirling around, what would it be?
Trillions.
My God.
Trillions. Because imagine how much is a space program?
Yo, that's a business right there.
That's trillions.
A space junk collector.
Well, believe it or not, there's a show that I watch. It's called The Expanse, and what The Expanse is, they're trying to envision what humanity will look like if we were an interplanetary species. Right. So this is set far in the future that we can, and in this show, you can, the humanity can travel from Earth to the moon, to Mars, and to the asteroid belts. And, there's like commerce in between all the planets. Right. And one of the things that they do is they go far out into the asteroid belt and they mine for all kinds of materials and minerals and stuff like that. But beyond the asteroid belt, they look for ice blocks. There's blocks of ice in space, apparently. And the show was created by a lot of a high level. Elon Musk also helped create the show. There a lot of high level people were involved and
this is on Amazon Prime, right?
It's on Amazon Prime.
So Bezos was included in
Bezos was included, and there was a lot of high level people that were trying, and he wasn't not only included. The show originated on Sci-Fi, and they pleaded to Jeff Bezos to save the show himself, and he liked the show and he saved them. So he knew about the show and saved them. And so anyway, a lot of these scientists, top scientists, put their minds together to that kind of build out this idea for the show. And one of the things that they do is they collect water out there. They bring water from the deep space, the ice blocks, and they bring it into all the, because that's a big commodity. I mean, if you're in the asteroid belt, there is no water that's there. You're only relying on shipments from these blocks of ice.
Water like laden with radiation?
Well, in the show, they figured out ways to in this show they're far advanced. They can, if you don't even need to see a doctor. If you're sick or have some problem, it's like a AI bed that you kind of lay down in.
Oh, like an alien.
Well, yeah, like an alien, where you just put they have a thing like a blood pressure cuff. You can just stick your hand in there and it tells you, what's going on with your body and blah, 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 and fixes you right then and there. So they're far advanced in this.
Okay, but
the reason I bring it up is because the top scientists were saying that at that time they were moving things around in space, collecting things. So it's not far fetched, because there was a job that in order for in this future that they portrayed, in order for you to even be out there in space, you had to be some kind of military, right? And then once you're in military, you can have a job that is like, your job is you bring water from deep space. Like, you're just a nice guy, that's what you do. And that's like a low level, that's like a trash guy, out in space.
Yo, there's money to be made in space collecting all that trash, dude.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, that was the reason a lot of these people were there, was because they signed up to go into space, because here on Earth, everyone's on this universal basic income. The Earth becomes the one world government that Alex Jones is worried about. Well, in this show, it happened. And the reason it happened is because now the countries that exist in Earth it doesn't matter anymore, because now we have Mars, we have the asteroid belts. So now Earth itself, now the Earth itself is become a country. And now the others are the ones that are living out in the solar system. The Martians, they the people that live on Mars, they can't live here on Earth. They simply cannot live here because the gravity on Mars is much less than here on Earth, but they can survive it more than the people that live on the asteroid belt, because Mars has at least some gravity, right? So if you bring a Martian to Earth, when they touch down, they're like in pain. They're like, wow, the gravity's so thick here. When you take a person from the asteroid belt, like that's one of the first scenes of the show. Like they still have Guantanamo Bay in the future, and the terrorists are now, these people out in space. These they call them belters, and they're pirate people that they commandeer spacecraft out there or whatever. And there were like these terrorists that were plotting something. So they take them to the updated Guantanamo, and their new method of torture was just to make them stand in Earth's gravity. They have to have hooks so that they can lean on something. They have hooks that underneath their armpit, so they can lean, because they can't physically stand in our gravity. It's just too much for their bodies to bear.
This is why Clark Kent is a beast on Earth,
right? Because on his gravity,
his gravity on Krypton is like 100,000 times of the one on Earth. So when he comes to Earth, this guy, he's fucking unstoppable,
right?
He can fly, for Christ's sake.
So imagine like the supposed aliens that come out here or whatever. Imagine wherever they come out from in space, and however long they've been on in their journey, it's like being in the pool for a long time, and then you come out and you're like, oof, Like your legs don't work.
That's why the aliens are portrayed so frail.
Right, and long and lanky.
Yeah.
But they can't survive here. They can't live here on Earth, which is why the mothership is important, because the
mothership replicates the gravity and atmosphere of
right.
there.
It's the only way that they can survive, because in the show, like one of the things that they were trying to do is, terraform other planets. So they try to go down into another planet, but what they fail to realize is some people just can't simply exist on the planet. Sometimes the gravity is too much for them. Sometimes their immune system their allergies go haywire or whatever.
But we digress.
Yes, but we digress. We've gotten far away from the point.
Elon Musk, if you're listening to me, if Elon Musk is listening to me, I'm on board. I will be a junk collector.
I thought you would never be out in space.
Hey, there's money to be made. Maybe.
Hey, money talk, bullshit walk.
The hell with your fear of heights.
Hey, there's trillions of dollars out floating in space. I mean, can you imagine the amount of metal and shit that's floating out there? If we could collect all that shit and bring it back down, that could be a big economic boost.
In the show, what's funny is that they do that with the ice, right? In one of the first sequences, they're outside in their spacesuits, doing like a spacewalk kind of a thing, and they have these forklift apparatuses while they're out there to collect the ice.
And one of those big pinchers that you see.
Yeah. And what happens? A piece of ice breaks off and boop, that severs this guy's arm right off. But he's excited. He's like, yeah, I got my arm severed. Now I get to have a bionic arm. Look at this.
Oh my God.
And look at all the new attachments and this and that. And so, I mean, once we unlock that.
What happened, Warlock?
What's the name of the series?
The Expanse.
The Expanse. It's on Amazon Prime. It's a great show.
Oh, I'm gonna get into that.
Yeah,
and you know who else was involved in making all the props and stuff? Our boy Adam Savage from Mythbusters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's good for that.
I've been telling you about the show. It's been a sleeper on you, I guess.
Yeah, it's just I got so much things going on. Now I'm locked into this other show with Sylvester Stallone. That show is a beast.
What's it called?
The King of Tulsa.
Oh, yeah. That's right. We brought it up before.
But again, we digress. And the main purpose of the Warlock calling us is he just gave us some homework.
Yes, he did.
So, Warlock, we're going to get on it.
Definitely.
All right. I'm gonna do a little homework myself because I'm
yes. We got to put our heads together because some things just don't make sense.
And with that, go ahead.
And remember that what will be a good another little homework that we might be able to embark on is trying to get in touch with these other people that are very they're always in the public view, on the public eye. All these what do you call them? Astronomers,
astrophysicists.
Like a Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of a deal.
Oh, wait a minute.
They might be able to respond to a question like this. They might be able to come on your podcast and be interviewed.
I would love to contact
the guy
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That would be nice.
What's his name?
Michio Kaku.
Seth Shostak is very famous. Brian Greene.
We got some homework to do.
Yeah,
there's a lot of guys out there that probably are willing to explain at least some of these questions that we always they're very hard for us to understand.
Well, one of the things that we can do is we're here in Massachusetts, right? We might as well look into some of the schools out here and see which schools offer astrophysicists or astrophysics and trying to find a professor. I mean, that's a good way to start.
Yeah, we got to start at the bottom, right? At the bottom of the pile.
I mean, at least the professor would know the knowledge. He would have the knowledge at least, and that's what we're trying to get to. The fame is just
Oh, guys, hey, I just realized. Try to find out. That would be something not so much to learn, but to like go out there and explore. At MIT, they probably have an observatory.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Oh, there's a field trip in our future.
Take a little mini trip out there.
Yeah, we got to do a field trip.
Yeah, a little field trip.
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
And you see, folks, this is what we're talking about. You see, the Warlock called us with some ideas. We embrace all ideas. So just the way the Warlock contacted us, you could contact us through email with questions.
Yeah.
And, you know, these are fantastic questions.
Write them down, guys. Write them down before you forget.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And with that said, let me let you guys go, and you guys have a good evening.
All right, man. Keep trucking. Keep the faith.
Yes,
All right.
yes. Thank you for the call.
All right, guy.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. And with that, we're going into our next break.
Don't miss the next episode of Serious Cougar. Eunice goes on a bender with a pool boy and breaks her hip. If women in their 20s don't know their ass from their elbow, and women in their 50s know what they like, imagine being with an experienced, pleasure-loving octogenarian wrestling with dementia and horniness. The show that hits below the belt, just like her breasts. Serious Cougar, Wednesday nights at 9 on Weasel.
What is DNA? How old is the Earth? What's holding me back? Are we all from the same tree? Why is science so confusing? How many women can I lie with? Can I pay money and have all of life's answers?
Yes.
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 We speak 160 languages on 6 continents, including Antarctica.
Kiflam.
We are the Epsilon program.
Bored but bossy? Desperate for power and upset nobody will listen to you? Keen to patronize? Try a career in human resources. Your job is to fire people or make them feel bad for telling funny jokes. Take the joy and pleasure out of the workplace. Work is called work for a reason. It shouldn't be fun. You'll have more power than management. Make people fill out long questionnaires about their feelings so you can sell the data or blackmail them at a later point. Get paid to snoop on employee email. Train for 3 evenings and you'll be qualified to begin an exciting career as a human resources professional. Contact Ovine Human Resources Academy today.
This out. The moon's distance from Earth, it's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended.
This out. The moon's distance from Earth. It's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
We're back. We're back. I had to take a little men's room, little boys break. But before we were pleasantly interrupted.
Yes.
By the Warlock, which we embrace such interruptions. We love them.
From our wonderful rippers out there.
Absolutely. We were about to discover about this documentary which you.
So yes, no, it wasn't a documentary. It was a
report.
A report. So yeah, we're going back. I forgot the name of this guy again. Let me just look him up. His name was Dr. Andrew. Yes, Dr. Andrew G. Huff. And so again, he worked for the Eco Health Alliance. He's going to explain to you a little bit of what how he got to where he is. I try to condense an hour-long information as much as I could. It was a lot of stuff in there, but there's some connections that I have to Michael Rupert. And then I have one other report, a great report. Now, this report comes from our favorite guy, Mr. AJ from the Y Files. Please, everybody that is listening, please go to the Y Files on YouTube, subscribe to him. Please, he's going to need everybody's eyes on him for one reason and one reason only. He pickled with the beast, and we don't want him to be suicided like our reporter, Mr. Michael Rupert. And it's a bit of a dangerous report. I'm teasing that out. We're going to find out how these things intertwine. Now, what he discovered had a lot to do with our favorite topic, which is, why the Warlock calls us because it's our favorite topic. No ifs, ands, or buts. We love the UFO story, right?
We're addicted.
We're addicted. And this guy, he uncovered something. We got to get this documentary, by the way. We got to sit down. We got to analyze, because what he found was a documentary, and he's reporting on the documentary. We got to get that copy if it exists.
All right.
So, but that's a little bit later. Right now, we're talking with Dr. Andrew G. Huff, and let's hear what he has to say.
Let's do it.
State Department, which could have been the CIA. I was being recruited into the State Department, which could have been the CIA. I didn't really understand that at the time. I was call it naive for being a smart person. And my advisors came to me and they asked me, where would you like to work? And Colonel John Hoffman, who wrote on the back of my book cover, he was my mentor. He actually helped stand up the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Bioterror Division with Dr. Tom McGinn. So these are some people who are really well connected. And I had befriended two different scientists from the National Laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories, where they primarily make nuclear weapons, but they're involved in a lot of other national security research. Probably 80% is nuclear weapons, 20% are other things. And I thought these guys were the coolest guys in the world. They basically had Dr. Strangelove type jobs. When there were national security emergencies or disasters, they would be called upon to help solve these catastrophic problems with science and engineering skills. Oftentimes, though, there's not disasters happening, so they're working on other things. So I asked to be placed essentially at this company or this national laboratory. They were quite receptive to me wanting to go there. I went down there, I interviewed. It was actually one of the most difficult interviews of my life. But shortly thereafter, I had a job offer and I was relocating down to New Mexico. It only took me probably 3 or 4 days when I made that decision to come across an organization called EcoHealth Alliance. So EcoHealth Alliance on its web page had this really neat or interesting mission. So the way that it was described is that by engaging in conservation activities, they could reduce the risk of emerging infectious diseases and thereby epidemics and pandemics, which has some face validity to it. Anytime that you can reduce the exposure risk of people going into the environment and being exposed to new novel diseases, you decrease the risk that pandemic or that initial outbreak will occur. So I thought that was exciting, is neat. They were looking for a senior scientist in data and technology. So they wanted somebody who had modeling and simulation skills. So that was one skill set that I had. Machine learning or also artificial intelligence. That was back in 2014 or 15. That was a hot growing field. I'd been working in that. We were just coming off using Markov chain models, which was the latest, hottest thing. And they also wanted someone who was an epidemiologist, had some lab skills. I mean, they wanted, basically their ask was for an impossible person or position, and I fit it exactly. So I was flown out to EcoHealth Alliance. I interviewed, and I was offered the position within just a matter of a couple of days. This all went very quickly, and now we're in the fall of 2014, so September-ish. And because of all the success, I'm promoted to vice president at EcoHealth Alliance.
So he's now working at the EcoHealth Alliance, right? He got offered the job. What he says before this is that
where was this and what area in the United States?
The EcoHealth Alliance.
Yeah,
I believe EcoHealth Alliance. Let me see here. Do a quick search. While I do that, let me just well, he started working for another company, and then from there, which was in New Mexico, and then from there he went to the EcoHealth Alliance. Let me just see.
I see over here a nonprofit organization in New York City, New York.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, New York City. So
interesting. Yeah, I never knew they were based there.
Yeah, so they had something to do with the funding of the Wuhan laboratory. Okay, and he's going to explain what and why and
the Cuckoo got out.
The Cuckoo got out, but he wants to, because first of all, him from somebody with his knowledge, he heard that the United States government is funding the Wuhan laboratory. Now, for us, what would you think? Why would you think that's odd?
Why we will be funding the Wuhan laboratory?
Yeah. Why would we give them money?
Basically, let me give it some thought. Why would we fund Wuhan laboratory? Now, who is funding this? The EcoHealth Alliance,
which is the government, our government,
because they have a slice in the game.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's one aspect. They do have a slice in the game.
They have a slice in the game, and if that research, because this is gain of function, am I correct?
Yeah.
They have to be abreast of this technology so it won't catch them blind. They cannot blindside us as far as using it maybe in the future as some kind of weapon of war.
Well, that's a good reasonable reason for why we'd be there. But so that's us.
I mean, that's what I would think.
Right. That's what we're thinking. Right. Now check out from what a person that has knowledge.
Okay, but also, I revert to the oracle. Now, the oracle, my mom, always says when you really cannot understand, the root is M-O-N-E-Y.
Yes. The root of all evil always ends up at the dollar sign.
Yeah, so that also could be another
but
aspect.
that is gonna come. Hold that thought. You're gonna see how those two things link up.
Okay, let's do it.
So when I'm promoted to vice president, I asked to be added to the Predict program, which was a large multi-center, multi-company project between UC Davis, Metabiota, and Metabiota has been in the news with links to the Ukraine labs and Hunter Biden's investment into those companies, and my organization, Equal Health Alliance. And what we were actually doing,
Pause it.
We were going to run the plan.
All right.
Hunter Biden is in this thing.
Yeah, yeah. So he was
my third eye, my third ear.
Well, guess what? Guess how he fits into it.
Now there might be information on that computer that leads to this.
Well, guess what? Guess what he's alluding to? What did Hunter Biden have to do with this? He was getting paid and had something to do with these laboratories in the Ukraine that also do the gain of function. And I think,
remember I told you that?
And my thinking is the reason why
2 podcasts ago I told you about that a passenger on my car, it would be amazing what you can find on the lower level of investigation.
Right. So apparently, there's a lot of these research labs in Ukraine, and it just makes the reason why we're so gung-ho about protecting Ukraine, because if Ukraine falls and Russia gets that information or those labs that contain whatever it is that we're Frankensteining in those labs, that's going to be a problem.
So that's our slice of the game.
That's our slice.
This is why we're knee deep in this proxy
is why
war.
Ukraine cannot fall, because if Ukraine goes to Russia, then Russia's going to get one of our biggest, most funded research.
Oh shit!
But check out what he has to say. This is very interesting here. But yes, Mr. Biden, Hunter Biden, has something to do with this as well.
Hunting for coronaviruses and a few other types of viruses, but mainly coronavirus. My organization, Equal Health Alliance, and what we were actually doing is we were going around the planet, hunting for coronaviruses and a few other types of viruses, but mainly coronaviruses, and then telling everyone or communicating to everyone that through this process, we were going to predict and prevent pandemics, and then also develop medical countermeasures. After I'm promoted, I take it upon myself to actually take the time to read all these documents, and I get into it. And then I realize, I'm like, holy crap, this Predict program, it can't do what it's saying. They weren't collecting the right types of data. They weren't collecting the right types of samples at the right sample frequency. The sample sizes were too small. And then when I'm assigned as a country coordinator to both Sudan and Jordan, I receive my budget. This is all also heavily tied to the State Department and the diplomatic missions in each state. I'm like, wow, what they're asking us to do is just not scientifically not possible. So then I started naturally asking the question, what is this in the back of my mind? So I'm asked to submit this IARPA collaborator report specifically only to my portfolio work doing this machine learning advanced prediction of disease detection work, which is actually now used by a bunch of the 3-letter agencies, probably to this day. As I start to see the books, though, at Equal Health Alliance, I realized that there was no funding from IARPA for the collaborator report that I submitted. And I found that to be really strange because typically in a project proposal or a grant or a contract awarded from the government, there would be some strong specific requirement that I would have to report back to IARPA. But my contracts were from the Department of Defense Threat Reduction Agency, which is completely unrelated. So I found that to be odd. So other things I found to be odd. So the PREDICT program was a big farce. So we're running around telling everyone.
So one of the things that he was saying is that the whole thing about them, the gain of function, the reason why they supposedly do this is because they're going out finding these horrible, deadly diseases to reverse engineer the cure. So in that way, we're protected, in case, there's a spillover and comes out, we could, protect ourselves from another pandemic. What he's saying is, what you're saying and what you're doing are two totally different things here, because you're saying you're trying to protect us, but what you're doing is just collecting coronaviruses, only coronaviruses, and some of other little viruses.
Okay, so just a little knowledge for our viewers. He mentions an agency that I'm not privy to. It's called IARPA. It's the Intelligence Advanced Research Project Activity. Is an organization within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, responsible for leading research to overcome difficult challenges relevant to the United States intelligence community. IARPA characterizes its mission as follows: to envision and lead high-risk, high-payoff research that delivers innovative technology for future overwhelming intelligence advantage. IARPA funds academic and industry research across a broad range of technology areas, including mathematics, computer science, physics, chemistry, biology, neuroscience, linguistics, political science, and cognitive psychology. Cognitive. You know what cognitive is, right?
Yeah, your thought process and all that.
And remote viewing. Most IARPA research is unclassified and openly published. IARPA transfers successful research results and technologies to other government agencies. Notable IARPA investments include quantum computing, superconducting computing, machine learning, and forecasting tournaments. So he is saying that the anomaly of what he is in this what do you call it, the
Eco Health Alliance.
Eco Health Alliance, and what he is noticing that our IARPA is not part of this.
Well, he's saying that in every step of their way of him being in this whole, because he first started in the military, right? And after a second tour, he was like, you know what, this isn't for me. I'm going to go more in the science part of the military. So he started doing that, and with his experience, it got him to a point where he was able to choose what he wanted to do for his doctrine. So he was like, let me find a place. And he started working in New Mexico. Then he went from there to Eco Health Alliance. And then all this journey, you always had to report to IARPA. And he's like, how come now we're not reporting this to IARPA? And this is where he's like, something's not adding up here.
Now, if your third eye and your third ear is working, what does IARPA do that is not conducive to this research that he's getting into in this Eco Health Alliance? I just read it, and it's
defense, right? It's something about.
I want to read it to you now. Let's see. Organization. Here we go. IARPA funds academic and industry research across a broad range of technical areas, including mathematics, computer science, physics, chemistry, biology, neuroscience, linguistics, political science, and cognitive psychology. Now, here's the crux of where I'm going with this. Most IARPA research is unclassified.
So there you go.
And openly published. This is why they're missing, because they want this to be
classified.
Yes.
And that's what he has a classification. So check this out.
That to be odd. So other things I have to report back. In a project proposal or a grant or a contract awarded from the government, there would be some strong specific requirement that I would have to report back to IR, but my contracts were from the Department of Defense.
Sorry, hold on.
Machine learning, advanced prediction of disease detection work, which is actually now used by a bunch of the three-letter agencies, probably to this day. As I start to see the books, though, at Equal Health Alliance, I realized that there was no funding from IARPA for the collaborator report that I submitted. And I found that to be really strange, because typically in a project proposal or a grant or a contract awarded from the government, there would be some strong specific requirement that I would have to report back to IR, but my contracts were from the Department of Defense Threat Reduction Agency, which is completely unrelated. So I found that to be odd. So other things I found to be odd. So the PREDICT program was a big farce. So we're running around telling everyone around the world for $200 million, we're going to predict and forecast pandemics. When I looked at it, my honest assessment was we're just running around the planet collecting coronaviruses. Another strange thing happens when I work at Equal Health Alliance. So my boss, Dr. Peter Daszak, comes to me and he asked me to put together an investment pitch deck to be presented to In-Q-Tel. In-Q-Tel is the venture capital firm for the CIA and then also the DoD at times. Most famously, In-Q-Tel invested into Google Maps. In-Q-Tel also invests into companies discreetly and sometimes does not announce it. We fast forward through this. So the important thing to know is I leave Equal Health Alliance as being a top performing employee, but Peter Daszak and I have a terrible falling out. And actually the CFO dies in the process. You can't make this up. I think it caused the poor guy to have a heart attack.
So the CFO dies in the process. Mysteriously of a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it might be because of stress, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Because I caused so much stress during a meeting. But that aside, I leave Equal Health Alliance, and to me, it sort of looks like it's one giant intelligence collection operation. And that also...
Did you hear that? It's one giant intelligence operation.
Mm-hmm.
Having some kind of tie to the pharmaceutical industry. That's my opinion in 2016, giant intelligence collection operation. And that also having some kind of tie to the pharmaceutical industry. That's my opinion in 2016 when I leave. You fast forward to COVID's emergence, and the facts as they were portrayed to us, which turned out to be lies from the US government, and all the other documents that I have in my possession. There's two weird things that there are two things that I'm fairly certain about with Equal Health Alliance. Well, one, it's in this gain of function game where they're going out and collecting rare or unique viruses to edit and splice together for gain of function to develop medical countermeasures. This is being financed heavily by the national security state, the biomedical security state. Interestingly, Dr. Robert Malone and at Senator Ron Johnson's roundtable this week said the same thing. And I have people like Senator Rand Paul keep accusing NIH of being responsible for this gain of function work. Well, actually, the gain of function work begins under the USAID PREDICT program before NIH has even given them a dime. So these plans happen before NIH is involved.
That's right. It's
Then
coming right out
eventually-
of the Defense Department. And if you expand on that, because I've studied it in depth and had a lot of other experts on, correct me if I'm wrong from your own perspective, but basically what they do in biowarfare is they cover up biowarfare labs saying that they are treatment preparation for emerging bio threats or natural emergencies, but really they create the new bioweapon and then they create the so-called vaccine to counter it, which then for big corporations and the military industrial complex is a giant moneymaker and a power center where they can actually create the new pathogens, but also have the cure, which they can also use societally for total control to take control and basically take us off of a carbon-based system, which is in the Operation Lockstep Rockefeller Foundation 2001, 2011.
The world state, if you want to.
One of the things that we got to look into is Operation Lockstep. I mean, I don't know what that, but we got to really look into it. Operation Lockstep is something that Alex Jones has been alluding to a lot lately, and he's been basically saying that a lot of what he finds that the New World Order is doing stems from this Operation Lockstep. So something in there, there's like his source of the game plan is what he found in this operation. So we got to look this up and really do a deep dive on that.
To further educate our audience, the National Institute of Health, aka NIH, for people who don't know what these people do, what this organization does, is the primary agency of the United States government responsible for biomedical and public health research. It was funded in the late 1880s and is now part of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. The majority of NIH facilities located in Bethesda, Maryland, and other nearby suburbs of the Washington metropolitan area, with other primary facilities in the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina research program, and provides major biochemical research funding to non-NIH research facilities through its extramural research program. That's what NIH is. Just for people that were wondering what's NIH.
No, that's good. I'm glad that you pulled that up. So yeah, so
look at our friend right there.
So he's explaining, Mr. AJ is explaining their game plan here.
2011.
The world state, if you want to call it that. The Rockefeller Foundation did fund EcoHealth Alliance. The point that I was about to make though is that EcoHealth Alliance did not, or excuse me, the Chinese did not need $600,000 of U.S. funding to do this gain of function work. And when you step back and you look at it, like, why would the Chinese allow Westerners into their bioweapons laboratory to presumably snoop around and see what was going on? So how this all starts, this relationship with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, is that in the contract of the understanding the back coronavirus emergence risk proposal, and this is what Rand Paul was talking about, this point I was getting to, they say that, hey, for $600,000, we can do this work with the Chinese. And that's why the Chinese want to do this work with us. Well, no, I mean, it's completely asinine. The Chinese do not need $600,000 of our money. They don't need $5 million of money. They don't need $10 million of our money because they loaned it to us. So what did the Chinese have to gain here from this? And the one thing that they had to gain, and the thing that they wanted, was the advanced biotechnology from
that. Before going any further, was something he mentioned which is very important for the layman to understand. China doesn't need any of our money.
Absolutely not,
because they loaned it to us.
We're in debt to them.
So whatever we give them, that's like I borrow $100 from you and I give you back 100 IOUs. That's like, what does that do to you? Nothing.
But what they don't need from us is monetary value.
Right.
But what they do need from us is what?
Our intelligence.
Intelligence. Plain and simple. This is why Xi Jinping's daughter
comes to Harvard. Harvard. Yeah.
To Harvard. Not because it's a prestigious college. They don't give a flying F.
Right.
About the prestige of Harvard. They want intel. They're in the intel business now. So, once you have infinite amount of money, what's the next level after you're rich?
What?
Power.
Oh yeah, power. Yeah.
So intel and money. We got to get that clip from Scarface. First, you get the money. After the money, you get the power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got to get that. So yeah, I mean, so we gave China $650,000 to do this gain of function research,
which is nothing.
Nothing. For what? Why? That's his question. Why would they need this money? And this is what he's trying to figure out here. But one of the things that he's pointing out is that, just like you said, what does China want with this? They want our intel. So they want to know how we're finding this, what are we doing for these gain of function, so that they have it. So let's hear what he has to say about that.
Because they loaned it to us. So what did the Chinese have to gain here from this? And the one thing that they had to gain, and the thing that they wanted, was the advanced biotechnology from Dr. Ralph Barrick's laboratory at the University of North Carolina. Also the technology from Dr. Ian Lipkin's laboratory at the University of Columbia. So the thing that happens underneath this PREDICT program and this back coronavirus emergence proposal is that we actually train and give this advanced biotechnology to the Chinese. And without doing that, we wouldn't have SARS-CoV-2. I mean, that's so critical. And so you have to ask yourself, well, why would the U.S. government do this? Why?
So he says right there that not only do we give them the basically us giving that that money and to the research and helping them with this gain of function, we give it to the Chinese. And he's saying, if we never gave that information to China, we would not have
the problem
at Google.
Right.
Google will not exist if it wasn't for us giving it to them. So we gave them that, and then they used it. And this is their fear with Russia and Ukraine.
And the Ukraine, because again, the Ukraine has
biolabs over there.
Yes. And they're doing
gain of function. Yep. So
the Ukraine.
So check this out.
Would we not, stamp some kind of export control on this?
Pause it right there. If you notice, and I could probably pull up a report, Russians have targeted these labs.
Oh yeah, they have. They want this information. This is valuable information to anybody, really. But yeah, it's insane. But this guy, he's a whistleblower from within. So he's not some out of he's not a conspiracy theorist. He's not you want
No, you can lower your mic, that way you're not so loud.
He's not what you're not noticing is that on the back end, because the clips are so low.
No, I know that. That's why I said, you lower your mic and you don't come off as strong. You don't have to mess with the levels.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, what I'm messing with is your audio, your headphone level, not because the levels come out all the same. It's just that you can't hear it because for whatever reason, when I pump out the volume for the video, it comes through on the stream, so for the listener, it comes through clear and all leveled, but for us,
okay,
we're not hearing it clear.
Okay, so back to this report.
Yeah.
Also the technology from Dr. Ian Lipkin's laboratory at the University of Columbia. So the thing that happens underneath this PREDICT program and this back coronavirus emergence proposal is that we actually train and give this advanced biotechnology to the Chinese. And without doing that, we wouldn't have SARS-CoV-2. I mean, that's so critical. And so you have to ask yourself, well, why would the U.S. government do this? Why would we not, stamp some kind of export control on this? Because usually the State Department's all over this. Well, I firmly believe that the reason why we are doing this was so that we could actually collect intelligence on the Wuhan Institute of Virology's bioweapons program in exchange for the advanced biotechnology. That I can't figure out what for any other reason on the planet why we do this.
Sure, and
35,000 foot view here is that there is a lot of old deep money tied into the scientific model of healthcare, which it has been adopted. The clinical trial system has been completely corrupted. You have other whistleblowers like Brooke Jackson coming out and stating that she was a witness to the fraud that took place in these clinical trials. If you go look at the mRNA clinical trial reports themselves, they redact the most harmful, damning parts out of the clinical trial results, and they won't give it to us from Pfizer. So I mean, you have to ask yourself what's going on here. Now you have the epidemiology data from the SARS-CoV-2 jabs, which were co-developed with the agent. So that's the other thing I didn't bring up. So I have the proof of that in the book. So the agent and the jabs were co-developed together. And you step back and you look, and we've created.
That's huge. So what he's saying is that the vaccines and the virus were developed together. The agent and the virus were developed together. So when the virus spread out, we already had the vaccine for it. But he's gonna.
Well, that's the way gain of function works,
right? So that's
you create the problem,
but that was all conspiracy. That was all back in 2020. I had that suspicion. I mean, even Jon Stewart said he's like, if you remember his little rant, he was like, that's funny. COVID comes out of Wuhan, which there is a Wuhan lab there that does specialize in bat coronaviruses, but maybe a pangolin fucked the turtle, and now we got coronavirus, and this doesn't make any sense. Like this was like back in 2021, 2020 when he was when we all figured it was the lab, but now he's saying for damn sure it was the lab, and there's proof, and there's like proof leading up to them developing this. And he's saying that the Eco Health Alliance, based out of New York, all they've been doing is hyper focusing on the COVID vaccines. I mean, not COVID vaccine. Google coronaviruses.
Now, you got to realize, whenever we're messing with anything bio, especially creating a gain of function, there's always the fear that this can come out. So I believe, this is I don't got any proof of this, but it's common sense. If you're making some biochemical weapon, as you're making this biochemical weapon, you have to create the antidote. So if you're creating a poison,
you have to create the antidote.
Yeah, simultaneously,
so you can protect yourself.
So it makes sense. I don't see why this would be in the realm of conspiracy. Why?
Well, because the whole idea is that it was a natural
that goes by the wayside. This nobody is swallowing that some bat. Now we're 38 minutes over, right? We're gonna finish this report, but Go to the Trello quickly.
Okay, 1 second.
Because we're right now Sirius as a heart attack.
Okay, hold on. All right, what's up?
The Chinese. They have some balls.
What are you alluding to here?
Okay, on your Trello, you're gonna see. Let's see, where are we? Boards. And I can't. Why can't I see our boards? Okay, if you go to boards, right, and we're going to the show board of today, the breaks and all that stuff. Tell me the boards that you're seeing. I can't pull it up. I don't know what happened.
It says imports, number 26, break, current events, conspiracies, UFO.
Conspiracies. Damn it. Because I wanted to show you this particular bat.
A bat?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you put it in the other one that wasn't today's show. Let me just see here.
Okay. Why is it that I go on boards and I'm not seeing?
Let me see. Looking for bat.
Choose category, project management.
I don't see it here.
Okay, so let's continue with the report.
Okay, you want to show me a bat, so put a pin in that.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's
continue with this report.
Complex where the wealthiest people in the book data from the damning parts out of the clinical witness. The clinical trial system has been completely corrupted. You have other whistleblowers like Brooke Jackson coming out and stating that she was that took place in these clinical trials. If you go look at the mRNA clinical trial reports themselves, they redact the most harmful damning parts out of the clinical trial results, and they won't give it to us from Pfizer. So I mean, you have to ask yourself what's going on here. Now you have the epidemiology data from the SARS-CoV-2 jabs, which were co-developed with the agent. So that's the other thing I didn't bring up. So I have the proof of that in the book. So the agent and the jabs were co-developed together. And you step back and you look, and we've created this huge biomedical industrial complex where the wealthiest people in the country have massive, or the world, I should say, have massive financial incentive to keep on pushing this. And it's really weird when you think about this, because if you look at what are the biggest problems facing the planet right now, the number one problem, in my opinion, is the energy crisis. We've hit peak oil. There's more out there, but it's getting more expensive to extract.
You see how that comes into the.
And I feel like this this gain of function work, this work of pushing out the jabs, is also a distraction to serve as a limiting factor on natural resources on the planet. We do have finite natural resources. We could argue about climate change. I'm not a climate change denier, but on the other hand, I know that if a volcano erupts tomorrow, we could be thrown into a mini ice age. So I'm very, very practical about these things. But what they stand to gain, the people who are in power and control from these, from the draconian lockdowns, from the restriction of our liberties, from pushing ineffective.
Okay, I just wanted.
Were you listening with your third ear?
Yes. I just wanted to, because I know I just a little lightheartedness. We're knee deep.
Okay.
If you go to the prep board, right?
Okay.
I want you to see, which is fascinating to me.
It's on the prep board. Okay.
On the prep board, and you're gonna go to. I mean, this is kind of off topic, but it's, we're all about fascinating stuff. Look at strange but true.
Okay.
Scroll down to the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
You see that thing that looks like a gargoyle?
Uh-huh.
That's an actual animal.
Let me show you.
Bats are not the cutest of animals, and hammerhead bats are no different. The protruding snout and lip seen in male hammerhead bats further reduces.
Look at that thing.
Bats are not the cutest of animals, and hammerhead bats are no different. The protruding snout and lip seen in male hammerhead bats further reduces any chances of them being cute. The odd-looking flying mammal has a super elongated face that has many who see pictures of it question its very existence. Yet, despite its larger-than-life appearance, the hammer-headed bat is very much real. To top it all off, they're also the largest bat in all of Africa. So you're more likely to find them intimidating than cute.
Holy
Males and females greatly differ.
That's humongous. Of course.
I mean, this thing is. Imagine you're walking down the street and this thing swoops down on you. And the reason I say,
which makes it the most sexually dimorphic bat species in the world.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Imagine you've seen this thing and you say to yourself, that looks tasty.
Nah, I don't know about that.
So the reason I bring that up is this is just on a lighter note, trying to be funny, because this thing does not look by any stretch of the imagination edible. And I wouldn't want to eat this demonic looking animal. But this whole thing with the cuco, they're trying to tell us that, in a Chinese food market, Chinese people were consuming bats, and from that, the cuco went from a bat species into the food table, and from that we get the outbreak of the cuco. Now everybody knows. Now when you discuss it, if you would do a survey, nobody believes that that's how we got the cuco.
Yeah, nobody believes that.
So this is why this report is important.
So let's see here, going back.
From these, from the draconian lockdowns, from the restriction of our liberties, from pushing ineffective, harmful drugs onto patients. I mean, that part it's mind-boggling to me. At first, to show how objective about this, when it first came out, I'm like, well, let's trust the government on the mRNA jabs. And then, 4 months into it, I'm like, well, these don't prevent transmission. It's actually they're causing new variants to emerge. And it looks like it's harming some people. And then another 4 months after that, I went to completely the other camp. I'm like, these things are completely ineffective. They don't work. They look like they're harming people. Why are we giving these to people? Why are we mandating that people receive this? And it's hard not to go to basically to your point that you just said, that this is some kind of top-down driven control to harm us all.
And then, Doctor, if we add it to the equation, Bill Gates and Melinda, when they first actually.
So did you catch that last bit?
Yeah. Why are we imposing the jab to people,
right,
if we know that they're not really doing anything
but harming us?
Right.
So
people, why are we giving these to people? Why are we mandating that people receive this? And it's hard not to go to basically to your point that you just said, that this is some kind of top-down driven control to harm us all.
And then, Doctor, if we add it to the equation, Bill Gates and Melinda, when they first actually started their foundation 30 years ago, it was called the World Population Control Foundation. Then about 25 years ago, they changed the name just to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. They give each other awards, and they're all calling for depopulation and saying there's too many people. But now they really are funding all these deadly pathogens, and then funding shots that don't even make us safe and are linked to all these serious health problems. It's just really interesting when they're calling for death panels and euthanasia and abortion and depopulation, but they really love us though and want to give us shots to keep us safe, and they're connected to the actual pathogen and the funding of its creation, and then the cover-up of that through mainstream media and big tech. You add those to the equation, Doc, that kind of bumps it up to not a probability, but it looks, if I was a criminologist, it would look to me like that's our prime suspects.
Well, it is quite the fact pattern. I think that's what the term they'd use in law. It does seem to add up. Interesting period. So in 2020, I spent most of that year trying to convince my friends, colleagues, peers, professionals that this was a lab leak. And I think I convinced most of them that it was, without even having to go into the documents or the information that I was sitting on. I intentionally did not point to that information, just trying to make arguments based on the data that everyone had access to. And late fall of 2021, or maybe early fall, something like around November 1st, people started flying very high-end drones around my house. They shot a hole through my mailbox, and this just really progresses. So they start then proceeding to follow me around. They were telling me. So one of the things that the local FBI asked me to do is, hey, when you get the license plates that these people are following you, send them to us, and we'll see if they're bad guys or not. We'll track them down. Well, through that process, I started running the plates through a private investigator and the FBI simultaneously. And the private investigator tells me that one of the vehicles is an undercover law enforcement vehicle. And this is the extent that they're trying to harass me and intimidate me. Then they escalate a little bit more. They start pointing what's called a long-range acoustic device at my house from the highway. And I have a mile-long driveway, which it's windy to get there, so I can't see from my house from point A to point B. But my wife is a witness to this, and my neighbors, and my poor 2-year-old son has to live through this as well. And this is actually a long-range acoustic device is a crowd disturbance technology. It's actually also used in prisons. In the military, we actually use these too for riot control.
Is that an LRAD?
Yeah, an LRAD. And I report all of this to the FBI. I just keep reporting.
So one thing I wanted to bring up real quick is he mentions this. He's expressing, what he had found and saying that, look, this is a lab leak, and this is what they end up doing to him. They send a high drone, a high value drone to surveil him. They shoot
up his mailbox.
They start following him.
Long range acoustic devices to listening to what's going on.
My question is, we are info warriors. Now, I know I'm pretty sure you have more of a memory than I do because I grew up in the internet age.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure people like Howard Stern got arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
Growing up for you, did you see broadcasters get arrested?
Well, that's kind of a broad.
Like, have you seen, like, because I heard, like the one I know, the example I know is Howard Stern got arrested. I think even Opie and Anthony they got arrested.
Yeah.
For what they being on the radio and doing the things that they did on the radio, right?
Right, because they were going against the FCC.
Against the FCC, and they weren't even discussing the topics that we're discussing here, right? So my question to you is, are you ready or prepared for if they start enacting that, and what do we do if are you willing to go to jail for if they start trying to come at us? Are we going to double down and fight, or?
Well, let me tell you something. The powers that be have
because they're already banning us, so we're on the radar of somebody.
The powers that be have a really nasty way on how they can mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I also,
like he just said, I mean, my thing is, what if they set up a long, what is that? What do you call it? LRAM or whatever?
Yeah, a long range acoustic device.
To us. What if they start doing that?
Well, this is what I gotta tell you. now this is an assumption, which I'm breaking the 4 agreements.
The second
But
agreement.
well, I'm saying, as a
Yeah.
whole, I've always been suspicious. When I got privy to these topics, I've
Man,
always
yeah, you're right, because you mentioned on the cast, I don't know if on the cast, but between us, that when you started looking into Behold the Pale Horse and all these
this
things.
is what I was one of these individuals, and I've always been this way. When I like something, I tend to dive in head first, and I start swallowing voraciously information. When I got into bodybuilding, I'd ate, slept, lived bodybuilding for 5 years until I attained what I was after, which was like the top, the pinnacle of what my body could withstand as far as bodybuilding. So with that, I started researching all muscle magazines, getting into nutrition, getting into vitamins, getting into supplements, anything to help me be the best of what I can in the bodybuilding industry. Then I got smitten with fishing. I started learning about fish behavior, different types of lures, different types of fishing poles, and that's who I am.
Right.
And at that time, I've always been a sky watcher, always been fascinated by the skies. And I always believed we went to the moon. I had a very heated conversation with a friend because he was telling me, how do you know we went there? Dude, there's videos, this and that. And I wasn't embracing the conspiracy.
Right.
But then one very important person was brought to my attention. And you know who that is? Alex Jones.
Oh, Alex Jones, yeah.
I was given a tape called The Police State. And this
Boy, how close are we to that now?
Now, in the police state, I learned about FEMA camps. I learned about the Bohemian Grove. I learned about terrorism. How you can create what is commonly referred to as control out of chaos. And all the rhetoric that follows Alex Jones to this day.
Right.
And
Operation Lockstep and all that stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, he wasn't mentioning Lockstep at that time.
Well, that happened in 2011. That's why.
I'm talking about 98. And then I was introduced to a book by William B. Cooper, Behold the Pale Horse. Then the book that changed my life, Ralph Epperson's Unseen Hand. And I started diving into alchemy and learning about Manly P. Hall's Masonic stuff. And I started ordering all these because I was interested. And in the police state, Alex Jones alluded to they're going to bring the towers down. They're going to do it. That is the question. But they're going to bring them down.
And boy, was he right on that.
Then 9/11 happened, right? I still was not 100%. Then I had a guy he was coined as Conspiracy Caesar. Break it down to me. Like, how do you think two people, these people trained on a Cessna, were able to control these airplanes and then I started diving in and I started purchasing books, going to Barnes and Noble, naive about the powers that be. And I started learning and reading. And all of a sudden, things take a turn. I pick up the phone to make phone calls. I'm hearing clicking. I'm hearing clickings on the phone. I go home, I hear clicking. And then at one point, I pick up the phone and I'm listening. At that time, I was using a landline, and I'm listening to another person's conversation. And somehow or another, the wires got crossed. And I'm listening to this guy talk to his girl. How does that happen if somebody's not fucking with the wires? And then my business begins to take a turn. At that time, I had a restaurant deli. Inspectors coming out of the woodwork. I'm getting audited. All these things are happening all at once. And they say hindsight is 2020.
Right.
But I started to think. I think I started to poke the bear. I had been in business for 20 years, no problems. Then I start getting into this conspiracies, and my life takes a turn for the worse. Now, the reason I say they don't have to shoot my mailbox.
No, they don't have to do that.
They don't have to send long range acoustic devices. They could fuck with my status quo just by using the different entities that they got at their disposal.
Oh yeah, I mean
The
they can even make you look
IRS,
crazy or
They
whatever.
could send the IRS to fuck with me. They could send inspectors to fuck with me. They could tap my line.
So my question to you is,
am I prepared?
Yeah.
At this juncture, if this is what's going to happen, I'm not prepared to be candid.
Because I mean,
But
I
if it
believe we're
happened-
not going to be, a target per se, but knowing the past and knowing that, it has there's precedent that radio broadcasters have been brought to jail for words or whatever. I mean, granted, it's the FCC and we're on internet radio, but I mean,
I think at this point, what can happen to us is just a breakdown of how we transmit these. They can ban us from all platforms.
Yeah.
They can fuck with our internet.
I mean, but they were tapping your phone. Maybe they were, strange things were
But
happening.
now we're living in a new era. So
this is, I mean,
what they can do now.
They might have a file on you already. I mean, if they were tapping your phone,
What they can do now is even more sinister.
Right. I mean, with the new Pegasus 2, they didn't even need to.
What could happen now is, any searches that I do on Google, on any search engines, they could tap into that. And if I accidentally enter a site that is prohibited by accident, I'm fucked. They could fuck with you.
Well, yeah, for sure. So I'm just,
but that's not going to deter me from continuing. I mean, they did it to Art Bell. Art Bell was targeted, and he said, "I'm being targeted."
But that's where, and you have Art Bell being targeted.
He moved.
I mean, the president of the United States got targeted.
I mean, he moved to the Philippines. He was so afraid.
So that's where
he started transmitting from the Philippines. Then he just said, "You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm out of the game." He got out, and then he started coming back in because that's who Art Bell was. He couldn't. Kept on coming in and out, in and out, in and out, and then out of the blue, he gets sick. and dies.
Mm.
Now we have a person that takes over the mantle, like a George Nori, and this show is trash compared to what Art Bell was producing. But I don't blame George Nori. I think he's just playing it safe.
Yeah, that's probably, and yeah,
He's playing it safe
for a good reason.
And he's, dancing around the edges of these topics. And he's always saying, like, you cannot even say ass on his show. Somebody said, oh, he kicked my ass. And he's like, whoa, this is a family show. Whoa. He's afraid. He's afraid of being targeted the way Art Bell was.
Wow.
And look,
Yeah.
Michael Savage was brought down to his knees.
Because, and that's the thing, like the FCC, they want to censor us, right? They want the broadcasters to have a muzzle over, over their whatever it is that they get to speak. And the fact that the internet radio circumvents the FCC, they're not too keen on that. They're not too happy with that, and that's why they're doubling down on the mainstream media and the CNNs and all this other stuff, and misinformation, disinformation, and all this other.
This platform that we have now, I think, is gonna come in the next years to come. Somehow or another, is going to be regulated by the government.
Well, I don't know. Hopefully
they're gonna find a way.
Well, even like you said, ham radio, back in those days they would circumvent that too. They would do other things to kind of get around, but
now what they're doing is
VPNs is a thing that we need.
No, and now what they do is, instead of them outrightly just, because they're not gonna put anybody in jail for one reason. They don't want to create martyrs. You don't want to be a martyr. Because then, like, you go to jail, people are gonna start saying, why did he go to jail? And now you're gonna create a martyr, and people are gonna rally behind that. What they do is, now they do even nastier campaigns to make you, to embarrass you. They'll probably, now, since information is so abundant, if you got something in your fucking history, in your search engine history, and they're gonna dig, and they're gonna be like, either you stop doing what you're doing, or you're gonna become a public, whatever it is that you're doing, we're gonna make it public, and we're gonna, fuck you over. We're gonna defame you. We're gonna, like, there's so many ways that the powers that be can strike you down. I mean, they could even take away how you could sustain and make money for yourself. They could make it so that you can never get hired again.
Right. So that's the thing. Like, that's what this guy Kanye West is showing. He's saying, like, look, I put $400 million in the bank and they're blocking me. So what are they going to do to you?
They can make it so that if you want a little loan, nope. You want a credit card, nope. They could fuck with your status quo, and there's nothing you can do about it. Am I prepared for that inevitability? No, I'm not. But I'm not afraid. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. Label me as you may. I'm a conspiracy nut. I'm crazy. He's full of shit. I'm not gonna let that affect me. I enjoy doing this. I like this platform. I've always wanted to do it. Just never had the tech the technology or the savvy. Obviously, you do because we're here because of you. We're entering a very strange how do I say this, stage in
a new paradigm.
Yeah, in our existence, where
Well, this is where because in V for Vendetta, one of my favorite movies, who's the bad guy, and or who's the target rather? It's the radio broadcaster, right? So, I mean, I think in us, we're doing two things. One, we're fighting this information war, right? So we're bringing out information. We're helping to educate our community with what we learn from what's out there, what's available.
And let me tell you something. Before I started doing this podcast, I flaunted in with doing other forms of podcasting. Remember, I was trying to do something with Steve, and that didn't work out. But I've always been a little outspoken on social media, on Facebook, especially Facebook. I started on MySpace.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
And what happened was friends, close friends, they were like, "Why don't you be yourself? Why you such a fraud?" Like they were looking down on me for my beliefs.
Wow.
Like, what is it with all this alien shit? Why are you calling yourself Anesto Morado? What is this clairvoyant shit that you putting out? Like they were demonizing me. Like,
right,
dude, what do you care? I'm having fun with this.
Right.
You know, like,
and
I
was that guy too. I mean,
I'm not gonna knock you because you're sucking Obama's balls.
Right.
If that's what you want to do,
by all means, you do.
Dive in. Suck his balls. If you're like, a Bill Clinton or a Hillary Clinton.
And by the way, Obama and Biden is like left and right Twix.
So, I didn't care. I might have criticized you, but I'm not going to call you a fraud. I'm not going to stop being your friend.
Right.
Start threatening not to talk to me.
I've gotten that experience too. And with this, I was always the alien guy and the ancient astronaut theorist and all these things. And people are like, "Oh, you're crazy." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm crazy," but they're finding things that are saying this is possible. Oh, you're crazy. Okay, whatever. But I was just the crazy guy, the kook. The minute things changed is when COVID, El Cuco, happened, and I start saying this doesn't make any sense, right? That's when everything changes. And then I go and I was talking to a person that I considered a family. I considered my friend. Christ, I wanted him to be a groomsman to when I got married. And this guy I grew up with him. I seen him because my best man, we grew up together since diapers, and that's his first cousin. So I've been around this guy my whole life. To me, he's family, right? So me and my best man, Andy, which he was on the cast.
There's not name names, so we don't.
No, he was on the cast. So Andy was on the cast.
Not the other guy.
Not the other guy, right?
We don't want to piss him off.
No. So, I mean, the thing is that what I'm alluding to is that, because El Cuco came out, because I was questioning it, and he was upset.
And because you took a stance.
Because I took a stance, because to me it just didn't make sense. And he was like, dude, you know what, you're because you're pushing this information out, that this is information of racists, of racist Republicans. Are you gonna be a racist or whatever? I'm like, listen, dude, this is not has anything to do with race. Take race out of the equation here. I'm like, we're family. I'm like, he goes, well, if you're acting like this, then we're not family. I'm like, what are you talking about? Dude,
That's a shame.
and I even went to say, I'm like, dude, I love you like a brother, dude. You're like a brothers. And he goes to me, we're not family. You're not nothing to me. You're nothing. I was like, wow. He's like, we're not family. We're not anything. You're nothing to me. I was like, dude, we basically grew up. He's like, we didn't grow up nothing together. So all that memory that I had, he just and you know what? Guess where he went to school? Well, he went to a high a university, but one of the big universities, NYU, where they brainwash all these college students. And I've seen it happen. It's and it's just a funny thing because Andy, who was on the cast, you know, he went to college and went through the whole thing, but he's a very honest and truthful person. He, like, to the point where this is the thing that I hate that he did, but in retrospect, now it doesn't even matter. But when I first started smoking weed, you know, I was smoking with Andy. You know, we would smoke together, and he was such an honest person that he, like, when his mother would suspect, that he'd be like, "Yeah, I smoke weed, ma. Yeah, that's right." And he threw me, and I smoke weed with Pablo Morado too. I'm like, dude, you're gonna confess? You confess. Why are you bringing me down? But he's that kind of honest person, you know.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of D.
Right. He's just
like, let me tell you something. D, he doesn't agree with a lot of shit he doesn't agree with a lot of my rhetoric.
But he will tell you.
He'll tell me. He'll be like, like, you know, I start talking UFOs. He's like, right. But that doesn't prevent him from loving me. That doesn't prevent him from breaking bread with me.
But that's the thing. Like, that's the mechanism of how they break us apart, and knowing how, you know, China influence the college communities, and how all these things work together, and how all these weird things come out of the college, like all these Marxist ideas and Leninist ideas, and all these things are being taught in school, and critical race theory, and now how that, you know, makes the youth all confused with their, you know, what is racist, what is not racist, what is race, what is gender. Now gender is a question, and why? Because in colleges they have gender studies. So, you know, all these things make sense. And my other best man, which I will, you know, he's never been on the cast, but another guy I grew up with, he didn't go the way of the guy I was mentioning before. He said, you know, all that you have said, I don't believe in. I brought in, because we're talking about Coco, and the reason we talked about it is because I wasn't able to go to a bar because I didn't have the vaccine. And he's like, dude, you should just get it. I said, listen, Mr. Robert Malone says it's not good. This Dr. Malone says it's not good. Dr. McCullough says it's not good. You know, all these people, Rand Paul, are questioning, you know, all these people are questioning. And as I'm pulling out names, he's like, oh, Dr. Malone, he's a kook. Oh, Dr. Peter McCullough, oh, that guy, don't trust him. And I'm like, how could you just say that? You know,
and then another thing that which I encountered is, oh, you're being irresponsible.
Yeah, irresponsible, right? And he would say, he did say that to me. But at the end of the day, all that aside,
you're boys.
We're still boys. We're brothers. You know, we're not. There's no cutting us out from any. We're stuck in genetically. I mean, our DNA. We're family, whether he likes it or not. We're stuck to each other.
Let me tell you something.
And that was my mentality with this other guy, because he's Andy's, cousin, which Andy's my cousin. So to me, there is no way around this. Eventually I'm going to see this guy because Andy's one of my closest friends. So it's like, for you to come at this, but that's what they were, because they had put into the mind that the people that dissent are Hitler, that the people that dissent are racist bigots and the scourge of society. He thought he was on the right side. But when you take such a hard stance and like that, because to me, what I do is I question. I'm not on one side or the other. I was just saying, you think it's that way? Prove it to me. Prove it. And they were giving me proof. And I'm like, dude, that proof is flimsy. What is this proof? And then I'm like, how can you even be sure of anything if the documentation isn't out?
Look, let me tell you something.
And look what happens now. They're finding out that it was from a lab. Me saying that, I lost so many people for me saying that. The truth.
I think your Google exposed not only a lot. It exposed a lot.
Yep.
But what it also exposed, in my opinion, is who your true friends are.
Yeah.
I grew up in a clique that stems from the old country, which is Dominican Republic. In our town, they're basically four major. From where we're from, there are four major last names, right? My clique, my people, stem from those four last names. And I tended to be more on the conservative side than the liberal. And they're people that I love. They're my blood. They're liberals, but I'm not going to stop talking to them. And they haven't stopped talking to me. They can make fun of me.
Right.
They can criticize me.
And vice versa.
And they do it publicly, and I can say his name because he's my heart, Evo. He's, tends to be more on the liberal side of things. But he invites me to functions. He contacts me for my opinion. I'm the UFO nut to him when there's things about you.
That's somebody that, what, we need to have on the cast for several reasons. And I was thinking about, believe it or not, I was thinking about him because of this reporting. It's funny that you bring it up, because what this guy that I brought up,
and I hold him in high regard because he's a very intelligent individual, in my opinion. This guy, he's smart. We are on different sides. Not that I've always stated I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat.
Right.
I don't believe in parties. But the way he would vote and the way I would vote are different.
Right.
He doesn't stop contacting me because of it.
Right.
And then we also have the cat.
Right, exactly. So
he's a Yankee fan, I'm a Met fan.
Right. So what? Right.
But that's what makes, in my opinion, a relationship really gel, when we can debate a topic to no end.
Right.
And nothing is going to be solved by it.
Right.
But it's a fruitful engagement where I have my point of view, you have your point of view, and we lock heads and we go at it. And yeah, we can go out, have a beer, be boys.
And in my personal experience, I leave those experiences like, maybe he does have a point on that. He does have a point on this.
And I'm flexible on that. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Right.
I admit it, man. I missed the mark on that. But I was kind of disappointed on a childhood friend I had when he was like, why are you doing that? You're being a fraud. I was kind of hurt by that. Like, why are you saying that about me? I'm not mentioning you.
Right.
I'm not bringing you out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm having fun. That I feel I have a bit of a clairvoyance in me. Yes. Yes, I not that I want this. To me, it's a curse.
Right.
But that I know certain things are gonna happen. Unfortunately, I do. And 9/11 was one of them. I felt it was coming. I was on Windows of the World celebrating my 10th anniversary. I told my wife, why do I feel these towers are coming down? And certain experiences I've had when I was younger, certain experiences I had when I was in my mid-20s made me question. If you don't want to hang around with me because of that, good riddance. Then you're not my friend.
Right.
You're not my friend. If you if you don't got the balls to tell me this is why I'm not talking to you, and yet you're like fucking me over behind my back, then I don't need you as a friend.
Right.
If you're criticizing me for my beliefs or whatever, you're not my friend. Look, I could chill with an atheist, with a holy roller. It could be black, white, purple. Growing up, Esteban was my boy.
Right.
Still is my boy. We've grown apart, but if I see him, we'll start off where we left off.
Right.
D is my heart.
Right.
He's my brother. The cat, we have the same blood runs through my veins that runs through his. The warlock.
Right. He's your uncle. So yeah. I mean,
they're people that no matter what you believe, and
that's where you have to stick within the people that got your back through thick and thin, especially now, because it's not looking any better. I don't see.
So if you're not gonna be my friend or want to talk to me because I have this podcast, then you're not who I thought you was.
You're right, and quite frankly, this is who we are. We can't help but to look into this stuff anyway.
I'm curious by nature. I want to know how things work,
right?
Why things happen. We thought we were looking at the Artemis,
right?
And then we had to swallow the bitter pill.
That we were looking at Mars.
We were looking at Mars. I was disappointed because I was thinking, wow, how cool can that be? But if you're gonna be you're not gonna want to talk to me because I thought one thing. Look, we're learning every day.
Right.
I could say one thing today and be wrong, and I could honestly believe I'm right. And then tomorrow I find out, oh shit, I was wrong.
Right.
Then I was wrong. Sorry. This is what how humanity is.
Right.
We learn.
Right.
But for you to not to talk to me because I'm a conspiracy nut, I'm a UFO nut, I'm not a Republican or I'm not a Democrat, dude, that's superficial shit.
And with that, I'll give you
outstanding.
Now we're getting we're over, so I gotta condense some of this stuff, and we're gonna have to bring some of the reporting into the next cast.
Yeah, we're gonna leave some cliffhangers.
But
mass shout outs to the people that stuck with us. The Cat, Evil, D, the Warlock. You know, these are
sounds like a bunch of bobolongos to me.
Anthony, my boy Anthony out there. You know, we never really hung out tough, but I love that dude. He's real. He's real. And for all the fake and phonies that, you know, act to be like my best friend when you're in front of me and then you're like fucking me over when I'm behind you, you know, I don't need you in my life.
Right.
You know, I got a lot of people.
Right.
Cannot forget Chang.
There's people out there.
Chang, you're my boy. You know, Steve-O, my boy.
Right.
And me and him lock heads. Sometimes I don't agree with what he does. Sometimes he doesn't agree with what we do. And then our
which he wants to be on the cast.
And one of the people that I kind of like fucked up when he was around. I didn't extract that relationship. I mean, we were tight, but we could have been tighter. Is my boy Jizzo, which I miss you every day. I didn't realize how much you meant to me. Fuck. Jizzo, one time my daughter was wearing a freaking shirt of Baphomet. Totally satanic freaking t-shirt. And I'm arguing with her, like, why are you wearing this thing? And she's telling me, Dad, this is not my belief. This is a statement or whatever. Here comes Jizzo, and he diffuses this debate I'm having with my daughter with a smile and said, I got you, baby. I got you. And I'll never forget Jizzo. And, you know, sometimes I could only take him in doses because he was larger than life. And we come from, this guy's an outgoing dude. He was liked by everybody, which is totally the opposite of me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that.
No, he's the opposite of me. You know, I'm not that dude that you fall in love with immediately. I'm like cancer, like a fungus. But, you know, in the end, I love the dude. Never stopped loving him. And I have a lot of memories of him. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because you made up that you know, you brought up the situation with people because we have our different belief system and a conspiratorial side. You're going to stop talking to me? Then you know what? You're not my true friend. You know, good riddance. You know?
It's funny.
But I'm open. Despite what you might thought of me, and if you come back to me, I'm not going to be like, nah, dude. Yo, I'm here with my open arms. You know, I'm not, I don't hold grudges. I used to be, but the older I get, grudges are gone.
It's not worth it.
Not worth it at all.
It's the third agreement. Don't take anything personal.
And another guy between Ralph Epperson, Don Ruiz, Napoleon Hill, Outwitting the Devil. Right. You played them in the beginning. Deep.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the Baphomet shirt because I heard something on recently about Elon Musk and Baphomet. Have you heard of this?
No.
Apparently, he's wearing some kind of. It says here. He's wearing some kind of Baphomet costume for some reason. I'm not sure what this is all regarding, but
that's Elon Musk there?
That's Elon Musk, yeah.
What is he up to?
Yeah, he's wearing some kind of Baphomet outfit here.
My God, that reminds me of that dragon in the Dracula. Remember the Dracula movie in the beginning? He's wearing that red.
Yeah. So yeah,
He might be.
Wake up, world. Look at the devil toys playing game with the church.
He's probably doing his own protest. You never know.
I don't know. But so going back to report, let's try to wrap this up here. We kind of straight away here. So we got 2 minutes left of this report. I just want to quickly wrap this up. We're way over. So I'm gonna play the end of this report, and I'll show you why it links up.
The FBI doesn't want to do anything. They don't want to investigate anything that I'm telling them. And simultaneously, I also reported this because a former top secret clearance holder, I'm required to report any of these activities to the Department of Energy, which granted me my clearance, then also Sandia National Laboratories to counterintelligence, because they sort of watch people like me the rest of our lives in case someone, the Chinese or someone, tries to espionage us. So I have about 180 acres. I have swamp on almost 4 sides. The only way to get my house is old railroad grade up to my house on the hilltop. Very thick swamp, heavy forest where I live. And I look out the door and I see an armed guy sitting up on a bridge on the outside of my house, probably about 100 meters west of my house. He went into the swamp. He turned at me with a firearm, and I proceeded to fire at him. But I was at a distance of probably 60 or 50 meters, and it's heavy. It's middle of summer, and it's heavy vegetation. Experience is like I actually sort of felt like I was back in the military again. Very strange on your own property. So while I have this person pinned down with gunfire, he deploys a tactical rescue beacon. I haven't seen a tactical rescue beacon used since I was in the military. So it made it very clear that this was some state-sponsored actor, this person. I could probably identify them. And I run back to the house after about 30 minutes of this engagement, ask my wife, and she hears all this craziness going on. She says, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I'm in a firefight with these guys." And she can't directly see because it's just far enough outside of her view. And call back to the sheriff's department and ask, where the hell are these people? She's doing that. I reload, I go back out, and I determine that the person is maneuvering east through my swamp to get to my driveway so they can exit. Down my driveway.
So there you are seeing law enforcement basically picking up the shooter.
Yep. In the swamp, I basically say, this is the most unpatriotic bullshit that I've ever experienced in my life. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I've done nothing wrong. I'm telling the truth. No one's leaked classified information to me. I haven't leaked any classified information, and gave him my piece, and I, went back up to the hill because I'm not going to sit there and wait forever for this guy to come on the swamp. Just remember that all politics are local. That old adage still applies. So you need to be involved with your community. You need to be talking to people. And with COVID, the one thing it did is it really split apart the American family and the American community. So get engaged back.
So that was one of the things he was saying, that it split apart the American family, the American community, right? So one of the things that unfortunately for time I had to cut down was that, if it wasn't for the Second Amendment, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself in that situation. And he's like, thank God he had something to defend himself with, because they had sent armed people to his property to, I don't know, to shoot at him, to kill him, he said if it wasn't for the fact that he shot back and he had some military knowledge, they would continue to try to fuck with him. And so that's one thing that I was like, wow. So we might be in some kind of, I don't know, like, how you say you have clairvoyance and all this stuff. I don't know, I get a feeling, being that we're getting banned, that we might be a target, and I'm just trying to prepare myself. And I think I come to the conclusion that I'd rather fight for a life that is free for my daughter and for my son, my unborn son, and I'd rather them know that I've been fighting for them than to be one of those people that just is another sheep and accepts
and sticks their head in the ground
like an ostrich.
Right.
So, for those of you who are asking, why did I name this episode "Suicided"? Well, because last episode we found out that this is something that
this is a term.
This is a term. Now, unrelated. This guy, AJ from the Y Files, he did a reporting. Now, this is through another avenue here. He's going through a UFO. Now, this is a really interesting program that he has. Go to YouTube and look up the Y Files. The name of this particular episode is "How to Build a Working UFO." He explains through this documentary he found that the United States government has UFOs. It's what he called them was forgot what it, I think it was like replicas. It was like something. There's a term for it, but it's something replica, right? So we have reproduced a UFO.
Oh, well, what you call it is reverse technology.
No. There's a term. There's a like a military term. It's like American reproduction design or something like that.
Okay.
So what it is that classic shape of the UFO. The bottom base, right, encompasses the mechanism that supposedly has anti-gravity matter, right? And what antimatter, and what it supposedly what it runs off of is
magnetics or
forgot what it's called. Unfortunately, my mind it's
well, he's gonna say it, isn't he?
Well, you have to watch it. Go to the Y Files on YouTube. We can't get through all of it. I'm I'm right to this particular point here because what happened was I forgot what it is. I forgot the name, the exact. Right now, my it's late. I got work in the morning. My mind is not working completely, but what the energy source is, I think it's dark matter. I think that's what it is. Dark matter, right? Basically, he was saying it's like creating energy out of thin air, literally, because apparently if you look into quantum mechanics, there's no space really in all of. There's nothing like there's no space between particles. There's always like more particles. If you keep zooming down, you'll find more things in between those spaces. So apparently the dark matter has so much energy within it that just a coffee cup of this dark energy could boil the oceans or our oceans.
Wow.
Right? So this mechanism uses that energy, which is an abundance, right? Because it's all over, right? So
there's our answer right there.
Here's our answer. But check this out. This is what happened. And because you had a couple of casts ago, he had mentioned about something that was a Dominican created a hydrogen. So check this out.
These cousins.
And you were saying how that they came to him and
whatever you're doing, stop it.
So check this out. This links to that and goes to why I named this title the way it is, because it's a new term that we found and it links to the UFO, links to everything that we're about. Unfortunately, I wasn't expecting a call from the Warlock today, but it was all value for value. I really enjoyed that he called. So, but check this end part. And this is, I mean, the person AJ is actually scared that he reported this because of what I'm about to show you here.
Let's do it.
For a long time, and really same with 0 point energy. We've known about that since Tesla, maybe before, but nobody has been able to get either technology to work. Excuse me?
If anyone got free energy to work, they would be disappeared fast.
Look at that. They freaking
wow.
Right, hold on. Come on. Right at the crux of this thing. Come on. Don't do this
This
to
shit
me.
is real. This is no joke.
Don't do this to me. Hold on. Please. Hold on. Oh man, please don't do this to me.
We're gonna have to start downloading these things.
It's tough because you know what? It's just space. The space is a huge issue. Hold on. It's loading here. Please bear with me. I know.
Okay, so while you trying to download, we're at the end of our podcast. Thank everybody who tuned in. Don't forget Paramount supplements. Don't forget fungi coffee infused with mushrooms. You can reach us at thepyramidshop.com, or you can watch us live in the live feed.
Energy is real, and
there we go.
I believe it is. Mark didn't really know how the ARV captures the energy.
ARV.
Maybe it can be absorbed through the vehicle's magnetic field. We don't know.
Louis, sure.
Alien reproduced vehicle.
It would be nice to have the Tesla files that were definitely stolen by the FBI.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that stuff. Now, as for the Mercury Vortex drive, people have known about this technology for a long time. And really, same with zero-point energy. We've known about that since Tesla, maybe before. But nobody has been able to get either technology to work.
Ha!
Excuse me?
If anyone got free energy to work, they would be disappeared faster than you can say ExxonMobil.
Yeah, it would seem that whoever comes close to getting free energy to work, they suddenly come down with a case of severe bad luck.
I've seen copies of inter-office correspondence among defense contractors that openly stated that they felt the technology was a fundamental enabling technology, that it had all kinds of different defense applications, but it also had a lot of
they have
serious
the solution
civilian
already.
applications that would be beneficial to humanity as a whole, to the environment. It seems obvious that someone, perhaps a group, maybe some kind of a rogue civilization within our society, has captured the technology. They're exploiting it for their own aims, for their own interests, whatever those might be. There's not a sliver of doubt in my mind that it exists.
The storyline basically is that there's a lot of work going on in the aerospace
Check this
industry
out.
that would indicate that we have black projects that have gone even darker.
Stefan Marinov was the leader of the European free energy movement. In 1997, he made tremendous strides in the technology. Before he could develop his first prototype, he fell out of a window. Dr. John Mullen, a nuclear physicist, used to work for McDonnell Douglas, one of the largest military contractors in the world. He died of arsenic poisoning in 2004. His girlfriend was originally a suspect, but she was found dead in her apartment shortly after. There are no more suspects, there is no investigation, there will be no trial. Dmitry Petronov invented a plasma battery that powered his home for 14 months. In 2010, he went to a bakery and was never seen again. Zachary Warfield was another inventor who developed his own plasma battery. Warfield visited Petronov to exchange information. That same year, Warfield died in a strange boating accident in Washington, D.C. Eugene Molov was a physicist and expert in cold fusion. He claimed he had a working prototype of a free energy device. In 2004, the day before he was to make a public announcement about his findings, he was beaten to death. Ari Dagos actually patented free energy technology based on the zero-point field. In 2007, he was about to get on a flight to meet investors who were going to fund his research. He was found dead in his car at the airport. Rory Johnson created a cold fusion laser-activated magnetic motor that generated over 500 horsepower. He planned a public demonstration of 4 vehicles equipped with this magnetron motor. The U.S. Department of Energy placed a restraining order on this technology, preventing publication. And though in excellent health, he died unexpectedly soon after. Mark Tomian, a physicist, patented technology called a star drive, which uses zero-point energy, very similar to the ARV. In 2009, he developed a working prototype. Shortly after, he died from an unexpected cardiac event. His research is missing. Stan Myers developed a working engine that ran on water. In 1997, he died from what was officially reported as a cerebral hemorrhage. This happened while having lunch with two potential investors. His last words were, "I was poisoned." Remember I said that most of this episode comes from a documentary created by James Allen? He ruffled a lot of feathers doing his research, specifically at Lockheed Martin.
And so, I'm kind of mystified as why a lot more people haven't picked up on this and sort of hammered on Lockheed or Grumman or whoever to say, are you guys really doing this? I actually called a spokesman at Lockheed and asked her straight up. I'm like, so what's going on with your electrogravitics program? And she's like, well, we're not at liberty to discuss those programs. And I'm like, really? Why not? And she's like, well, it might threaten our competitive advantage. And I really wish I'd gotten that on film or tape. Because my next documentary, Tom, are you listening? I want to do a investigative documentary on specifically on anti-gravity in the aerospace industry.
Oh, I can't wait to see that new documentary. This kid is a hero.
Was a hero.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
While still editing the film before it was even released, James Allen was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. He was dead in 3 months.
I'm so angry right now.
That interview clip I showed was from 6 weeks before his cancer diagnosis. Did he look sick to you?
No, he did not.
Autopsy results revealed an unbelievably aggressive tumor that usually occurs in patients with cancer for years, not weeks. And his blood contained 12 heavy metals and radioisotopes at toxic levels. Manganese, beryllium, thorium, and uranium were found in his blood. James Allen never got to see his documentary released. And his next film, which would expose anti-gravity technology being pursued by military contractors, now that would never happen.
This is a bunch of these government companies doing the. When are we going to stand up and something about these?
Ooh. So, yeah, I labeled this episode "Suicided" because this first off we discovered this last cast, but I'm finding out that this is something that and one of my favorite shows that I used to get made fun of by you even sometimes. Burn Notice. Remember that show, Burn Notice? And that show, my God, because I watched that show religiously, like I watched that show from beginning to end at least more than a dozen, maybe 50 times from beginning to end. It's a long show. And every time I watch it, I'm like, oh my God, art imitates life. This guy, the same thing that the previous reporter is going through, he just got burned. The same thing. They send these people out to you, and all it is exactly what Michael Rupert was dealing with. They do all this just to set you up so that you could be in their thing. And the minute you refuse, all right, kill him. He refuses. And
I always say,
and in that show, and even at the very end, spoiler alert, at the very end of that show, like towards like the last season or the second to last season, he's he finally gets back into the CIA. He thinks everything is going well. Shit happens yet again. The person that his handler gets killed, and now he's in another array of shit. He finally gets down to the person who it is that's doing all this shit to him, and he slithers away, and nothing ever comes of it. And then finally, after they mount the whole thing, they get him. He kills his brother in the interim, but they finally get this guy, the guy that burned him. Finally, many seasons after going through all these hoops and everything, and turns to find out that the guy that trained him from the very beginning was the one
who was burning him,
who was calling all these shots and doing all these things, and it's like,
how many movies don't have that outcome?
I mean, it's just like like in this show, it's like you watch it and it's entertaining, but you get to see like what we do to our own, and that this is our own CIA people. Which in the show, he was like, he was just doing his job or whatever, and they were trying to recruit him into something else, something that he felt was, immoral, and he didn't want to do it. And that's exactly what Michael Rooper fell into. And what did they do? They started shooting at him.
And I always make the statement that,
and the things that the last reporter was saying, the drones and all that, that was all. I've seen that in the show, that they would send the drones. They would send the FBI to fuck up his house on purpose. Fuck up his house complete. And they knew they weren't going to find anything, but they just ruined his furniture, broke everything on purpose, just to fuck with him, just to make his life a miserable torture.
I always refer to David Chappelle. I find him funny as hell, but he mentions the whole bottom hole bit. And they try to make him a bottom hole. Now, with that said, I know this is just me throwing a grain of sand in the ocean, but in case what this particular guy is alluding to is true, and he has,
holy crap, we're almost at 5 hours.
We're gonna finish with this thought. Terrence Howard, watch your back. Watch your back. You know what Terrence Howard has, right?
No.
Quickly Google Terrence Howard technology. Supposedly he has a new form of energy. He's offering it to the nation of Uganda.
Oh, the new hydrogen. Terrence Howard, he claims, invented new hydrogen technology to defend Uganda.
He better watch his back. Don't be surprised one day they're going to say the famous actor, Terrence Howard, committed suicide.
And
he's a smart dude.
And the fact that he's a famous actor, it doesn't take much, a little fentanyl. That's it.
He's a smart dude.
So
he's a very smart dude. Watch yourself.
Everybody watch yourself. Keep your head on the swivel,
That's right.
And
roll eyes in the back of your head.
And
when I'm riding, I got all kinds of dash cams.
So with that being said, this is Pablo Morado, your Thunderbolt.
And this is Anesto Morado, the double-sided coin.
And we thank you so much.
And remember, if the universe is infinite,
then so are the possibilities.
Peace.